Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers and is the public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 21st business meeting of a four-year term. It has conducted 14 business meetings prior to tonight during 2020, along with one adjourned meeting. Because of concerns surrounding the coronavirus pandemic, the council tonight will conduct its business virtually, operating for a 12th straight meeting under emergency rules. Due to those health concerns, the public is requested not to be present, and most of the 40 council members will attend and participate online. The number of council members here in the council chambers tonight is limited. Remember, the size limit on meetings under the reconfigured Phase 2 of Metro's reopening plan and social distancing restrictions have kept us to 25 people or less. We will remain below that number throughout the meeting tonight. In the council chambers tonight are Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, who will conduct the meeting, and Council Pro Tempore Jeff Syracuse, who will run the session if the Vice Mayor cannot. Also, Council Staff Director and Attorney John Cooper is here, along with a few other staff members and a few other council members. All of us present are observing the guidelines for social separation and including wearing a mask while we are in a Metro building. An executive order issued by Tennessee Governor Bill Lee allows local government legislative bodies to meet electronically during this time of emergency and to handle its necessary business. The executive order has been extended to stay in force at least through the end of August. The council has a 16-page agenda tonight. At the beginning of the meeting, there are some confirmations to Metro boards before the body and the announcement of a future election by the council to the Health and Education Facility Board. There are about 4 pages of bills on public hearing, about 20 ordinances in all. Most of these are land use rezoning. If you wish to speak on one or more of those bills, you can call 629-255-1931. That's 629-255-1931 when the bill comes up. You'll be given 2 minutes to speak. There are also people who are socially distancing out in the mezzanine of the courthouse who will also be brought into the council chambers to speak on these zoning matters if they desire when their bill comes up. There are 2.5 pages of resolutions, just over 2 pages of first reading bills, just over 1 page of second reading bills, and about 5 pages of bills on third and final reading. There could be, as usual, some late resolutions and ordinances filed as well. Some more controversial measures before the council tonight are first reading ordinances, which usually aren't debated, just passed and sent to committee. But this council has had a habit of debating and voting separately on several first reading bills. One of the bills tonight that is on first reading revisits the recent 34% property tax increase approved by the council last month, or actually approved in June. BL 2023-89 seeks to lower the tax increase from 34% to 22%. Supporters say the city has already received $100 million more in local sales tax than what was anticipated, so the new property tax rate should be lowered. The new tax levy anticipates an unspecified number of layoffs and furloughs of city workers. The supporters say that's similar to what's happened in the private sector. The Cooper administration says city's finances remain uncertain due to COVID-19, and they oppose the ordinance. Councilman Bob Mendez, who sponsored the tax legislation, says he will try to kill the bill tonight. He says it's flawed and illegal under the Metro Charter. A similar resolution asking the Metro Finance Department to submit a revised tax levy was defeated by the council 2 weeks ago. Another first reading bill is BL 2023-87. It seeks to end lifetime free health insurance coverage for past and future members of the council. This is a matter that costs the city an estimated $800,000 a year, according to those who want to end it. It has been debated and defeated in the council in previous councils. We'll see what happens tonight if the bill is debated on first reading. If not, we'll defer that debate probably until second reading 2 weeks from now. The council again tonight will also deal with resolutions and bills about police reform issues. One resolution deferred before is RS 2020-431. It requests Mayor John Cooper to include a representative from the Community Oversight Board, a representative from other community organizations and advocacy groups, and a representative from the Fraternal Order of Police on a committee to select the new police chief for Nashville to succeed Steve Anderson, who is retiring in October. The mayor last week outlined a timetable to select a new chief by October, but has not named any members to the search committee. The mayor is also talking about additional information coming out this week. He did not specify exactly what's going to be coming out. Another measure, BL 2023-22, would prohibit the Metropolitan Police Department from hiring police officers who previously fired or under investigation by another law enforcement agency for malfeasance or use of force. It passed on second reading, but only with 19 votes, which is too short of the council members needed for support to get final approval tonight. Sponsors are working on an amendment to try to build further support. There's also a memorializing resolution on second reading that is being co-sponsored by 20 council members. It's RS 2024-74. It recognizes racism as a public health crisis and declares a commitment to enact policies that irrevocably defend minorities and aim to eradicate the effects of systematic racism affecting black people and other minorities throughout Metropolitan, Nashville, and Davidson County. Another memorializing resolution, RS 2020-472, urges Senators Lamar Alexander and Marcia Blackburn, along with Governor Bill Lee, to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, now pending in Congress. Another bill on second reading, BL 2023-35, requires certain annual training for police officers. It is being questioned by the council staff, which wonders if the council really has the authority to legislate police hiring practices under the Metro Charter or to require the police chief to modify departmental policies. Other legislation of the night regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. One is a late resolution asking the council to allocate $10 million out of the city's $121 million CARE Act federal funds. Legislation would work through United Way to help people pay their past due and their past due rent, their past due mortgage. This is not likely to be anywhere close to the amount needed to do this, but it is beginning to start in that area. Another resolution on the agenda, RS 2020-459, will allocate over $1.2 million in city's CARE funds to give money to 9 different local nonprofit agencies to provide more services as a part of what's been going on with the COVID-19 pandemic. Notice on third reading, BL 2020-335 makes it a violation of mayoral executive order to disobey one of those during a civil emergency. That will be a Class C misdemeanor, such as occurred during the violence here at the Metro Courthouse back at the end of May. On third reading bills, BL 2020-333 places a moratorium on personal delivery devices, also known as autonomous delivery robots, within the use of Metropolitan government rights-of-way. State law signed last month by Governor Bill Lee allows such operations. The bill was originally a ban on using such items here in town, but it was changed to a moratorium to see if perhaps over the next year we could find out whether these devices can be regulated effectively and not create more issues such as council members have found with other new technologies such as electric scooters. One final resolution of note tonight, the council under resolution RS 2020-474 will encourage the ringing of bells on August 18, 2020 to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment in conjunction with the Vote for Women's new exhibit coming at the public library. You might recall that Tennessee was the 36th and final state to ratify women getting the vote 100 years ago in a couple of weeks. If you want to follow the council meeting as it progresses tonight, you can find the agenda online, as well as the council staff analysis with explanations of the legislation. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, and then to the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Shulman, who will gavel tonight's meeting to order.
You ready? Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, August the 4th, 2020. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Invocation this evening will be offered by Pastor Tommy Swindle of the Donaldson Fellowship Church, a guest of Councilmember Jeff Syracuse. Pastor Swindle, can you hear me?
There we go. I think people at my church would love to mute me sometimes like that as well. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Let me pray for us, if I may. Father, I love this passage in Philippians that talks about a prayer that Paul prayed, and I would love to pray that for these amazing leaders, these leaders who are giving their best for our city, for our community, these leaders who work tirelessly. And I pray for them right now, Lord, this exact prayer in the scriptures, that their love may abound more and more in knowledge and in depth of insight, so that tonight that they would be able to discern what is best, that they would be able to be pure and blameless until the day of Christ, filled with the fruit of righteousness that comes through Jesus Christ, to the glory and praise of God. Bless these great leaders and bless our city. It's in the name of Jesus we pray over all these things. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated.
So, council members, this is mainly directed at you. As you know, I sent you an email last Friday afternoon regarding the use of a brand new version of WebEx, which is still in the testing phase, that would allow voting within the WebEx platform itself, along with some other new features that we're going to try tonight, such as pressing the spacebar to talk. The council office and the ITS department held a large test meeting this morning using the new platform to replicate a council meeting. We wanted to test it. Unfortunately, the new platform is not quite ready for prime time. Tonight, we will be using the old WebEx platform, and we will be handling the roll call votes as we have been doing in the past. Hopefully, all the bugs and the kinks in the new system will be worked out in time for our August the 18th meeting. Until then, we will tonight again use the old way we've been doing it, and we'll just keep working at it. Thank you for your understanding. So I will let the public know that this is a public hearing night. We are allowing members of the public to call in if they wish to be heard on a public hearing matter. Pursuant to the notices that were sent out, the public also can come tonight. They can personally attend our meeting. Steps have been taken to allow people to attend tonight's meeting while practicing safe health protocols as well as social distancing. So with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll. Madam Clerk?
Mendez.
Here.
Hurt.
Here.
Allen.
Here.
Glover.
I heard Councilmember Glover is here, but we're getting a lot of feedback.
Suara.
Here.
Hall. Toombs. Gamble.
Present.
Swope.
I'm here.
Parker.
Present.
Withers. Present. Benedict.
Present.
Van Rees.
Present.
Hancock.
Present.
Young.
Present.
Hager.
Here.
Evans.
Present.
Bradford.
Present.
Roten.
Present.
Syracuse. Here. Welsh. Sledge.
Here.
Cash.
Here.
O'Connell.
Present.
Roberts.
Present.
Taylor.
Present.
Hauser.
Present.
Druffel.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Pulley.
Present.
Johnston.
Present.
Nash.
Present.
Vercher.
Present.
Porterfield.
Here.
Sepulveda.
Present.
Rutherford. Present. Stiles.
Present.
Lee.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
Rosenberg.
Here.
Calling one more time for Hall. Calling again for Welsh. Thank you. And Welsh.
Present.
40 present, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have all 40 members present. Moving on to the agenda, because of some work delays, the minutes of the meeting from July 21st, 2020 are not.
They just, I think they were.
Are they gone out?
Elizabeth, the minutes went out yesterday, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they are ready? Okay, I am so sorry. Then we are ready to review the minutes of the meeting from July 21st, 2020. Do I have a motion to approve? Got a motion second?
So moved.
All right, without objection, we will approve the minutes of the meeting from July 21st, 2020. Madam Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no messages from the mayor.
All right, moving on, I did, as I was watching the videos of everyone pop up, I did notice that Councilmember Larry Hager looked a little tired. Councilmember Hager, could it be because it's your birthday today? Councilmember Hager?
Just another day.
Just another day. Happy birthday on behalf of the council and the city. Thank you for all your efforts, and I'm very glad that you're having a birthday today. Councilmember Rosenberg, you are recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the August 4th, 2020 Metro Council meeting agenda constitutes essential business of this body and the Metropolitan government, and that meeting electronically is necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Tennesseans in light of the COVID-19 outbreak.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion passes 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? That's the motion. All right, so moving along, a couple of things. First, I'd like to remember former school board chair Kent Weeks, who passed away last week. Some of you remember Mr. Weeks. Mr. Weeks was a tireless worker on behalf of our school system and the children that go to those schools. I remember Mr. Weeks when I first got on the council. He was a very, very good man, and we will miss him. Councilmember Young, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I appreciate this point of personal privilege. So back in the spring, this body passed a resolution I sponsored honoring Mr. Irvin Rip Ryman, who was a former council member of this body. And, you know, typically we like to have someone come down to the chambers when it's safe so we can present them a resolution. But as we all know, that has not been the case in a while. And I had even hoped that maybe myself and the vice mayor could at least go take the resolution to him. But unfortunately, due to restrictions from his doctor while he is taking treatment for pancreatic cancer, he is not allowed to have any visitors. And so I had requested, and the vice mayor's agreed to give me just a minute to go ahead and read the resolution so we can sort of present it to him virtually in absence of being able to present it with us in the chambers. And so I appreciate everyone's indulgence. This is a resolution 2020-252 that was passed in April, and it honors Mr. I.C. Rip Ryman for his many years of service and contributions to the Metropolitan government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee. And whereas Rip has diligently and faithfully served the Metro government in a variety of roles since 1980. He graduated from East High School in 1952 before serving his country during the Korean War from 1952 to 54. And whereas after returning home from the war, Mr. Ryman attended Belmont College and the University of Tennessee at Nashville, whereas Mr. Ryman was employed by the Western Electric Company from 1955 until 1985 and served as member of the board of directors for the Metropolitan Development and Housing Authority from 1980 to 85. And whereas after retiring from Western Electric in 1985, Rip Ryman was appointed by Mayor Fulton as a special assistant to the mayor And whereas Mr. Ryman continued to serve as special assistant to the mayor for all 4 years of Mayor Boner's term and all 8 years of Mayor Bredesen's term. And in 2003, Mr. Ryman was elected as council member for District 10, representing the Gouldsville area and a portion of Madison, a position he held until being term limited in 2011. Whereas Mr. Ryman has a great love for baseball, serving as the state director for the Dixie Youth Baseball for 27 years, and is past treasurer and president of the Old Timers Baseball Association. And whereas Mr. Ryman was given the prestigious Mr. Baseball Award in 2012 at the 74th Old Timers Banquet. And whereas in 2013, Mayor Dean appointed Mr. Ryman to serve on the Sports Authority, where he served until this spring when his term expired. And whereas it is fitting and proper that the Metropolitan Council hereby recognize Mr. Ryman for his many years of dedicated service and his outstanding contributions to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. And once again, thank you all for the indulgence and ask if we will all join together with prayers, good thoughts, and well wishes for former Councilman Ryman as he continues to undergo treatment for pancreatic cancer. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Young. I appreciate you doing that. Councilmember Ryman, I served with him one term, a long time ago. Another person who has truly dedicated his life and his career to making this city a much better place. When you see, or when you get this thing to Councilmember Ryman, you tell him I said hello. Okay. And now, without objection, I am moving RS 2020-474 by Councilmember Van Rees and a number of other council members to the front of the calendar to be heard by this body right now. Seeing no objection, we are on RS 2020-474. By Councilmember Van Rees and others. It's a resolution to encourage the ringing of the bells on August 18th, 2020 to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment in conjunction with the opening of votes for women at the Nashville Public Library. Councilmember Van Rees, you are recognized.
Yes, sir. I ask to move approval for this resolution. Do I have a second?
Second. I see a motion and I hear lots of seconds, and I need a committee report.
I guess, may I have a committee report, please?
Yes, you can. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted 8 in favor, none against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized again.
Thank you very much. I move approval and request with, if there's no objection, for all those voting in favor to be registered as a co-sign of this legislation.
All right. You've heard the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any objections, say no. Any abstentions? I got 40 votes for, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Let it be recorded that all 40 members of the council signed on to this resolution. And it passes. Councilmember Van Rees, I'm coming back to you. Without objection, I am going to recognize Councilmember Van Rees and the members of the Women's Caucus for purposes of this resolution. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We will now recite this resolution, and I hope that everyone will pay close attention to each whereas. This is a resolution to encourage the ringing of the bells on August 18th, 2020 to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment in conjunction with the opening of votes for women at the Nashville Public Library.
Whereas the the Metropolitan Council, in collaboration with the Council's Women's Caucus and the Mayor's Council on the State of Women, is sponsoring a series of resolutions to honor the women's suffrage movement and to honor the centennial celebration of the ratification of the 19th Amendment in August 2020, and
whereas Tennessee played an important role in the ratification of the 19th Amendment to the United States Constitution when women won the right to vote, and
whereas on August 18, 1920, Tennessee became the 36th state to ratify the 19th Amendment, the final state necessary for it to become law, and
whereas 100 years ago, Carrie Chapman Catt asked the League of Women Voters in every state to arrange a celebration of bells in their communities, marking the historic achievement, and
whereas throughout cities and towns all over the country, school bells rang, factories and trains whistled, firehouse sirens blared, and car horns tooted at noon, but not in Nashville, and
whereas, according to author Elaine Weiss of The Woman's Hour, The Great Fight to Win the Vote, despite pleas of suffragists Catherine Kenny and Abby Milton on behalf of the Tennessee League of Women's Voters to every major city in Tennessee, the bells and whistles were muted in Tennessee, and
whereas in Nashville, the mayor claimed to be too distracted by a city streetcar employees strike to issue a proclamation for the bells, and
whereas the Tennessean reported that local conditions prevented Nashville from ringing and whistling, and
whereas, according to Weiss's book, those local conditions probably had less to do with the streetcar strike than with the inclinations of the Davidson County's delegation in the legislature, which flipped to the antis and stood solidly against ratification, and
whereas, with no proclamation, Metro Archives found that Nashville did not take part in the noisy nationwide activities, and
whereas other parts of Tennessee also resisted ringing bells, with indignation rallies held across Tennessee when the bells were scheduled to ring at noon, and
whereas the Nashville Banner ran a large ad asking the people of the state to repudiate and condemn the request to celebrate the alleged ratification of the innocuous Susan B. Anthony Amendment, as outlined by certain leaders in the suffragette ranks who were seeking to have mayors of the various cities issue jubilation proclamations, and
whereas the Nashville Banner ad quotes Chattanooga Mayor Pro Tem Ed Bass's proclamation, which said in part, "I call upon the citizens of Chattanooga who respect our Constitution and revere the traditions of our great state to bow their heads in the memory of the final passing of the principles of our forefathers fought for, the death of states' rights, and the complete nullification of the Constitution of the state of Tennessee." And
whereas the Knoxville Journal reported that, quote, the suffrage demonstration, which had been scheduled for noon yesterday, when it was planned to have all school and church bells rung and whistles of factories and locomotives blown, celebrating the ratification of the suffrage amendment to the Constitution, failed to materialize, the only whistles noted at the noon hour being those usually blown at that time to send the workmen away to their homes or calling them to return to work, and
whereas on August 18, 2020, the Nashville Public Library will open Votes for Women, a permanent interactive exploration of the power of women and girls, the power of voting, and the power of power itself, and
whereas, in conjunction with the Votes for Women opening, Nashville Public Library calls on Nashville to ring the bell at noon, August 18, 2020, to break the historic silence and pay tribute to the women and men who gave many years of their lives to win the vote for women. And
whereas schools, houses of worship, colleges and universities, and others, such as the 95 Bell Carolyn at Bicentennial Mall will participate with the ringing of their bells, and
whereas the ringing of the bell symbolizes the gains and influence of women in Nashville, our state, and our nation, and the continued fight for women's equality, and
Muted. Councilmember Lee, you are muted. There you go.
oh, I am so sorry. I am going to pass mine over to Delicia.
whereas the ringing of the bells sparks conversations about how far women have come for equality and how far women have to go, and
whereas the ringing of the bells also celebrates Nashville's historic number of 20 women council members representing one half of the Metropolitan Council, 100 years after women won the vote.
Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County under Section 1, the Metropolitan Council hereby goes on record and asks Nashville to join the Council in ringing the bells on August 18th, 2020 at noon to recognize the 100th anniversary of the ratification of the 19th Amendment in Nashville, Tennessee, to encourage continued efforts for women's equality and to celebrate the opening of Votes for Women at the Nashville Public Library. And Section 2, this resolution shall take effect from and after its passage, the welfare of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County requiring it. That is the resolution that has passed, and now it is my great honor to direct all council members to pick up your bells and ring them in honor of this resolution and the ratification of the 19th Amendment. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is an example of how the council can actually work together. Nice, very good job, very well done, and congratulations. And we do encourage people to visit the Nashville Public Library and to ring the bells on August the 18th, 2020. Thank you, Councilmember Van Rees, and thank you all members of the Women's Caucus for bringing this resolution. Very important and very inspiring. And before we get on to the rest of the agenda, speaking of bells, I did want to make sure that you knew that Nashville Mayor John Cooper has issued a proclamation declaring August 5th through the 12th as Nashville Kamakura Peace Week, urging people in both cities, Kamakura is in Japan, it's one of our sister cities, to commemorate the 75th anniversary since the dropping of the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, by participating also in a bell ringing ceremony, either individually at home, virtually, or in some safe place, while observing all public health orders and advisories. The bell ringing will take place tomorrow, Wednesday, August the 5th at 6:15 p.m. At people's private homes, organizations, and institutions, including St. George's Episcopal Church on Harding Pike. It is a gesture of peace and friendship toward Nashville's Japanese sister city of Kamakura. And again, due to COVID-19, there will be no formal ceremony or gathering, but it is something to remember. We are now on to elections and confirmations. As indicated at our last council meeting, we have a vacancy on the Health and Educational Facilities Board. This vacancy is the result of the resignation of Ms. Shea Hendricks. Pursuant to state law, the individual selected to fill this vacancy will serve until the expiration of Ms. Hendricks' term on September 30th, 2024. Procedure for filling this vacancy is set forth in Council Rule number 50. The time frame for this process is as follows. Members of the council are to make nominations tonight to fill the vacant seat. Nominees must complete a questionnaire and submit it to the clerk no later than noon on Thursday, August 13th, 2020. Any nominee who fails to submit a questionnaire to the clerk by this deadline shall be deemed to have withdrawn his or her name from nomination. And then nominees will be notified to meet with the council's Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee on Tuesday, August the 18th, 2020. That's at our next meeting. An election to fill the seat will be conducted at the council meeting on that evening. Any nominee who fails to appear before the Rules Committee on August the 18th shall also be deemed to have withdrawn his or her name from nomination. So it is now my time to call for nominations from the council to fill the seat, the vacant seat for the Health and Educational Facilities Board. Are there nominations? Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm proud to nominate Shelley Baldwin.
Okay. Ms. Shelley Baldwin? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. It's my distinct privilege and honor to nominate District 13 resident Kenitha Carr.
Okay. Can you give the last name again?
Carr, C-A-R-R.
Carr, okay. Okay, Ms. Carr is nominated. Other nominations? Yeah. Councilmember Van Rees?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Joshua Haston, H-A-S-T-O-N.
Okay. Okay, I've got a Ms. Baldwin, a Ms. Carr, and a Mr. Haston. Any other nominees?
Vice Mayor, this is Councilmember Taylor.
Councilmember Taylor?
I'd like to nominate Malika Clinkscales. And that spelling is M-A-L-I-K-A.
Okay.
C-L-I-N-K-S-C-A-L-E-S.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. Other nominations? We've got 4. Any other nominations? All right, seeing none, those are the 4 nominees. Again, they will need to complete a questionnaire and submit it to the clerk no later than noon on Thursday, August the 13th, 2020. They must have it in by noon on Thursday, August the 13th, 2020, and they will then be asked to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee at our next meeting, and then we will fill that vacancy at the next meeting. All right, thank you, members of the council. Okay, moving on, we are still on elections and confirmations. Is the report from the Rules Committee? Chairman Rosenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is. We have an approval and a deferral. Do you want to do them together or one at a time?
You can do them together if you want.
Okay. We have the reappointment for the Historic Zoning Commission. We have the reappointment of Mr. Ben Mosley for a term expiring June 1st, 2025. Rules voted 8 in favor, none against, of approval. And we have the appointment of Dr. LaRutha Williams for a term expiring June 1st, 2022, filling the unexpired term of Ms. LaDonna Boyd. And rules voted to defer 1 meeting, 8 in favor, none against, and I make those motions.
Okay, so the second appointment we just push until next week. Okay. So we're just voting on the reappointment of Mr. Ben Mosley. The next appointment, the reappointment of Dr. Williams, would be held until next meeting. Got a motion to approve the reappointment of Mr. Ben Mosley for a term expiring June 1st, 2025 for the Historic Zoning Commission. Properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the reappointment of Mr. Ben Mosley, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? The vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any changes to that? Then Mr. Ben Mosley is reappointed. Dr. Williams will be the That appointment will be deferred for one meeting until the next meeting on August the 18th. So I would like to thank Mr. Mosley. I know he's been on this thing before. We appreciate his willingness to serve and volunteer his time and expertise to help Nashville and Davidson County. All right, so I believe that takes care of all matters, including elections and confirmations. We are now ready to move on to bills on public hearing. So if members of the public are interested in speaking either for or against an item on the public hearing agenda tonight, this is how we do it. We've done it before. If you're in the chamber, and I know we have a few people in the chamber, we will call the bill, and then we will ask you to come forward to the microphone, and you will have 2 minutes in which to speak. But if you're not in the chamber, you should be watching us on Channel 3 or watching it live streaming. The number to call in will be at the bottom of the screen. So what I will be doing is I will be going through bills on public hearing. I will announce them one at a time. I will announce the first bill, and I'll announce that the item is ready for you to call in if you're interested in talking on that particular measure. When I announce the item, go ahead and make the phone call. The number is 629-255-1931. 629-255-1931, and wait for operator assistance. You'll be asked if you're calling for the current matter on public hearing. Remember to mute your television or live stream when it's your turn to speak, because there's a delay. Once your time begins, I'll ask you to state your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill. You will have 2 minutes in which to speak. During your public comments, we will try to give you a 30-second warning before your time limit is up. Sometimes we're better at that, and sometimes we're not. So anyway, remember that you have 2 minutes in which to speak. Again, when I call the bill up on public hearing, I will announce the item. If you're interested in speaking on it, go ahead and make the call, 629-255-1931. You'll be asked, we'll check to make sure you're calling on the proper matter before us. Remember to mute your television or your live stream. And again, once your time begins, state your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. We now move to bills on public hearing tonight. I'm going to call the bills up one at a time and refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, if they do, then we won't have the public hearing. Otherwise, the sponsor will call for a public hearing. That's your time to call. So please call if you wish to speak when I call that bill number coming up. I will read the caption of the matter. Usually I'll read it twice to give people time to call in. We will then open the public hearing, taking callers from either side. We don't do for or against due to the way we're handling this during the pandemic. So if you're interested in the bill, either for or against, go ahead and make that call. After that process, I will close the public hearing and refer back to the sponsor. All right, we're ready for the first bill. It's BL 2020-221. Sponsors are Councilmember Lee and Mendez. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 12558 Old Hickory Boulevard. It's approximately 1,300 feet south of Murfreesboro Pike within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District. It's 1 acre to permit up to 2 residential units, office, retail, warehouse, and building contractor supply. Councilmember Lee, do you wish to have a public hearing tonight on that measure?
I do, sir.
All right, so there will be a public hearing on that measure tonight. It's BL 2020-221. Sponsors Councilmembers Lee and Mendez. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending from AR2A to SP zoning for property located at 12558 Old Hickory Boulevard. It's approximately 1,300 feet south of Murfreesboro Pike. Within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District, it's 1 acre to permit up to 2 residential units, office, retail, warehouse, and building contractor supply. That is the measure, BL 2020-221. Councilmember Lee, I come to you first.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, I declare the public hearing open. Do we have anybody in the gallery who wishes to speak? Seeing nobody in our chamber. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone that would like to speak on this measure?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read the caption of the ordinance one more time just to make sure. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by amending from AR 2A to SB zoning for property located at 12558 Old Hickory Boulevard, approximately 1,300 feet south of Murfreesboro Pike within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District. It's 1 acre to permit up to 2 residential units, office, retail, warehouse, and building contractor supply. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Lee.
I would like to move to defer this for 2 meetings with a slight comment.
All right, so there's a motion to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Lee.
I just want to give the community a chance to meet on this and to talk about this and then bring it back to you all.
All right, you've heard the motion. It's to defer 2 meetings. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Councilmember Vercher?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to thank the sponsor for offering up the motion and listening to her constituents. And I look forward to her continuing to listen as legislation works its way through the process with more community engagement and input, feedback, and so forth. So just want to thank the sponsor on listening to her constituents. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Any other council members? All right, seeing none, the motion is to defer 2 meetings. Again, it was properly seconded. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? The vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Motion to defer 2 meeting passes. We're now on BL 2020-316 by Councilmember Hager and Mendes. Let me go to Councilmember Hager. Do you wish to have a public hearing on this measure tonight?
On 316, I do, Vice Mayor.
Okay. So if you're interested, go ahead and make that call in. BL 2020-316, it's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by applying a residential accessory structure overlay district to various properties located along Brandywine Drive, Monchannon Road, Monchannon Terrace, Willowbow Lane, Barley Mill Road, Rising Sun Court, Rising Sun Terrace, Rising Sun Lane, Cherry Branch Lane, Rolling Mill Road, Livier's Lane, Kennett Road, Kennett Court, Rolling Mill Court, and Chute Lane, Zone RS30. It's 343.38 acres, all of which is described in the resolution, and it amends Section 17.36.610 related to the application for a residential accessory structure overlay district. Again, it is BL 2020-316. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a residential accessory structure overlay district to various properties located along Brandywine Drive, Monchannon Road, Monchannon Terrace, Willowbow Lane, Barley Mill Road, Rising Sun Court, Rising Sun Terrace, Rising Sun Lane, Cherry Branch Lane, Rolling Mill Road, Livier's Lane, Kennett Road, Kennett Court, Rolling Mill Court, and Chute Lane. It's Zone RS30. It's 343.38 acres. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Move for the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the gallery wish to speak on this particular measure? All right, seeing nobody in the gallery, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the line?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay, send them on through. We have anybody on the line yet? Here we go. So you're recognized. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you have 2 minutes in which to speak. Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
So we're going to check. If you'll just hold with us just a second, we're going to make sure that we can get people through. Ma'am, can you hear me? Council members, just hang with us for just a minute. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good. Okay. So I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Okay, this is Lorette Dyer. The address is 113 Cherry Branch Lane. I am for the bill.
All right.
In alignment with the previous covenants that were originally initiated when the subdivision was developed, which is what the majority of the people adhere to.
All right, thank you. Any other comments?
No,
okay.
That's it.
Thank you for calling. All right, Ms. Godin, do we have somebody else on the phone?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have more callers in the queue.
All right, send them through. All right, somebody on the phone? I think I hear someone. I need your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill. Then you have 2 minutes.
My name is Peach McComb.
Okay.
I live at 20 Lane in Old Hickory, and it simply reestablishes originally here in the neighborhood, and I'd like to see it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate you calling in. All right, next caller. All right, evening. We need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is David Lewis. My address is 212 Kennett Road in Brandywine Farms. And first of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Hager for all his hard work on this issue to help us secure some consistency in our neighborhood. I think we all desire to have our property values be enhanced, and by ensuring that outside structures are consistent and proportional in building materials and size to the primary residence helps ensure us have a beautiful neighborhood and our property values to continue to rise. So I am definitely for this resolution. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. Next caller. All right, you're the next caller. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill. Then you've got 2 minutes.
Yes, my name's Jim Aiken, or nickname Chip. I live at 203 Rising Sun Lane in Old Hickory, Tennessee, in the Brandywine Farms area, and I am for the bill. And once again, I certainly appreciate Larry Hager for all his hard work he's doing for us out here in our subdivision, trying to maintain some sort of consistency with these people coming in, building these pole barns in our neighborhood, which is a real eyesore to this community. We've always tried to maintain the structure of our property and to maintain the value. And once again, it's been a real struggle here in the last couple of years. And with help of Larry, I think hopefully we'll get this battle won. But anyway, I'm totally for this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. Next caller.
Miller. I'm at 337 Willowdale Lane, 37138. I want to thank Mr. Hager immensely, and I implore everyone to please pass this bill. Our neighborhood that we wanted to live in for so long, never dreamed we could, has, I hate to say this, a level of class. And I second, third, and fourth what everybody that has called in has said, especially Mr. Aiken. And I cannot even believe codes allowed the last thing built in this neighborhood, that has really struck up this bill to be submitted. And it's just very unfortunate that people now have so much stuff, they fill up their garages. Most of these houses have 2 garages or a double garage, and they're full, and they have no place to put other stuff. It amazes me. And metal buildings are going up right and left, even to hold a boat. And it's just sad. It's sad. This neighborhood was always beautiful and lovely, and I hope it stays that way. And I thank you all for listening.
No, we appreciate you calling. Thank you. All right, next caller. Do we have somebody on the line?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill. Then you have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, this is Deborah Helms at 125 Cherry Branch Lane. We certainly appreciate Councilman Hager watching after our neighborhood. We are for this bill. Our neighborhood has always been a lovely residential area, and we are totally against the buildings being built and businesses trying to use our property as a commercial means of taking care of their businesses rather than a lovely place to live. So we definitely are for the bill and would appreciate the council's support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Next caller. We have somebody on the line?
Yes, sir.
All right. I need your name, address, whether you're for or against the bill, and then you have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, sir. I'm calling again. My name is Peach McComb. I live at 206 Rising Sun Lane in Old Hickory. I am for the bill. It simply reestablishes a covenant that was originally in this neighborhood. And thank you so much to Larry Hager because he's worked very hard to get it reestablished. I am for the bill.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for calling. Next caller.
No more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hager, on your birthday, you're recognized.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Hi. I move for passage, and then I want to give a statement after it's passed, please.
You mean you want to pass it and then pass the bill and then...
Move for passage.
Right. So there's a motion to pass, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation or for something.
Well, I tell you what, anytime you're doing an overlay in a neighborhood, it's very hard. But Brandywine Farms is a neighborhood of what they consider 1 acre lots were zoned RS30. And Brandywine Farms has changed a lot because it's squeezed in between Brandywine Place and Brandywine Point. Both those neighborhoods have HOAs. So Brandywine Farms, the restrictive covenants went out a few years ago. And basically all this does is control some of the height, the size, and the building materials of these accessory dwellings. I want to thank especially Councilman Zach Young. I took the ordinance that the city of Goodlettsville has that's very similar to this, which controls these detached accessory dwellings. It does not, though, interfere with somebody wanting to build onto their house. If it's an attached dwelling, that this does not apply to that. So that's what this is for. I also sent a lot of the signatures that neighbors had signed. And you know, with the social distancing, it's very hard to do this, but I made copies of this petition and I took it out to 7 or 8 of my neighbors. They took it around and we ended up with over 150 signatures for this bill. So I appreciate all the help they did in getting this through, and I'd appreciate all of y'all's vote for this bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the shout out from Councilman Hager. However, based on what we were hearing from some of the addresses, it sounds that there was a house in Brandywine Farms that they call the Rising Sun. And I would warn that it's been the ruin of many a poor boy. There's my bad joke for the month.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll get that in the minutes and we'll record it and we can look at it next time. Any other persons that wish to speak on, Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to know if Councilmember Young intended to comment on whether or not he was one, in fact.
All right, that will also go in the minutes. All right. All right, anybody else wish to comment? Seeing nobody else, we're on the bill. It is BL 2020-316 by Councilmember Hager and Mendes. All those in favor of the bill say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes on second reading. We're now on BL 2020-319 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, do you wish to have a public hearing on this bill tonight?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I do.
Okay. It is BL 2020-319, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying an historic landmark overlay district on property located at 1600 10th Avenue North at the northern corner of Garfield Street and 10th Avenue North. It's zoned R6A. It's 0.36 acres. Again, this is BL 2020-319, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying an historic landmark overlay district on property located at 1600 10th Avenue North at the northern corner of Garfield Street and 10th Avenue North, zoned R6A. It's 0.36 acres. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. Declare the public hearing open. Anybody wishing to speak in the gallery? Seeing nobody in the gallery. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone lines?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time just to give everybody a little bit more time. This is BL 2020-319, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying an historic landmark overlay district on property located at 1600 10th Avenue North at the northern corner of Garfield Street and 10th Avenue North. It's zoned R6A, 0.36 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is what we hope is the final piece of landmarking this wonderful building in the historic Buena Vista neighborhood. Unlike some of the nearby neighborhoods, historic Buena Vista is only historic in name, not in any kind of overlay or other characteristics. It is on the National Register list, and we've been fortunate to work with some very good property owners, some of whom are also residents in the area who are also developers, and this is a developer who's worked very closely with the community to preserve a building that everyone was eager to preserve, and I think this is going to be a very good project. Glad to have it on public hearing with the full support of the Historic Buena Vista Community Association, and I hope we can pass it on third after hearing no opposition to public hearing. Thank you, and I'd like to renew my motion.
All right, thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Young, your hand is up. Was that from before?
My apologies.
All right, no problem. Looking through the queue, don't see anybody else. We're ready to vote. We're on BL 2023-19. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? The vote is 40 to 0. Bill passes on second reading. We're on BL 2020-328 by Councilmember Sean Parker. Councilmember Parker, do you want to have a public hearing on this tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this, go ahead and call in BL 2020-328. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 118 Lucille Street, approximately 470 feet east of Dickerson Pike. It's 0.17 acres. Again, Councilmember Parker, it's BL 2020-328. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 118 I'm calling it Lucille Street. It may be Lucille Street, approximately 470 feet east of Dickerson Pike. It's 0.17 acres. Councilmember Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I always thought no one's ever corrected me. So, yeah, I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right. So, Councilmember Parker has moved to open up the public hearing. Declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the gallery wish to speak on this measure? Seeing nobody in the chamber, do we have anybody in the queue, the phone queue? Ms. Godin.
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll read it one more time. Councilmember Parker's bill, it's BL 2020-328. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 118 Lucille Street, approximately 470 feet east of Dickerson Pike. It's 0.17 acres. Ms. Godin, again, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on 328.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Checking the queue. Seeing nobody. Motion is to approve on second reading. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? That's the motion. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. We're on BL 2020-334 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, you want to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, please.
All right, 2020-334. If you're interested, go ahead and make that phone call in. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code to clarify language within Chapter 17.37, the Downtown Code, relating to the Bonus Heights program and transfer development rights. That's the bill, BL 2020-334 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to clarify language within Chapter 17.37. It's the Downtown Code relating to the Bonus Height program and transfer development rights. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody here who wishes to speak in the chamber? Seeing nobody in the chamber. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the call?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
All right, go ahead and send them in. All right, we're on BL 2020-334. We have a caller in the queue. If I could have your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hi, this is Catherine Withers. I'm a planner with Bard's Design Solutions. My address is 615 3rd Avenue South, and I wanted to provide some information on to support why this text amendment to the downtown code is needed.
Proceed ahead.
All right. Well, the downtown code provides a way to transfer development rights from the preservation of historic properties. This is a very powerful tool, and it's one of the only real tools the city has to incentivize the preservation of historic buildings.
All right, we're on BL 2020-334. We have a caller in the queue. If I could have your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes to make a speak.
Hi, it's Catherine Withers.
Yeah, Ms. Withers, can you hear us?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It cut out.
Okay, we heard somebody else talking. We'll give you 2 minutes again. Why don't you start again, okay?
All right, thank you. Okay, so the downtown code provides a way to transfer development rights from the preservation of historic properties. This is a powerful tool and one of the only real tools the city has to incentivize preservation of historic buildings that make up the fabric of downtown. These historic buildings are typically very small by today's standards for downtown. Our example is a building that's only 3 stories tall in a district that allows for 30-story buildings. So think about that. The building is only 3 stories tall in a district that allows 30-story buildings. That's a difference of 27 stories. So with this tool, property owners can move the area and the value of those 27 unused stories somewhere else downtown. The catch is that you only get one shot at transferring those development rights. It's a one-time only transaction to one site. So the owner of the historic property in this example planned to share the development rights between 2 new buildings that to him are one site, but the code doesn't consider them to be one because they're separated by a public street. So the property owner was made to discover this. Sorry, I came off mute. Sorry. But anyway, so the code would only allow the transfer of one of the properties, and they would have to forfeit the rest of the unused development rights because you don't get to save them for later. So using only half of those development rights wasn't incentive enough to follow through with permanently preserving the historic structure. So with this amendment, the owner can use all of those development rights to transfer, and it's valuable enough then to complete the preservation of the historic building by being able to transfer to 2 different buildings that are on, to him, one site being developed at the same time. So I urge you to support this text amendment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody else in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right. Motion is approved, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. To Ms. Withers' point, this is, in my view, a strengthening of our preservation toolkit. You're going to see elsewhere on our agenda tonight another landmark overlay downtown. So we're going to have 2 buildings that are really worth preserving, in my view, that are going to support effectively relieving the pressure to demolish and redevelop them and put it on sites that don't have such a pressure, that are not as worthy of preservation, right? So this is basically a way to offset pressure and allow development where no one would otherwise reasonably object to it. And I think this is going to strengthen the ability to preserve some of the character that is particularly in and around the Church Street corridor where we have seen some pressures increase in some of these areas. It's actually really refreshing to me to see a market for transfer development rights starting to emerge in Nashville. We've seen it work well in other cities, and it's just starting to get off the ground here, and I hope we see continued use of it as a tool. So I renew my motion. Thank you.
All right. The motion is made, properly seconded. Seeing nobody else in the queue, ready to vote. All those in favor, we're on BL 2020-334. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. We're now on BL 2020-362 by Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember Benedict, do you wish to have a public hearing tonight on this one?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this, go ahead and call in. We're on BL 2020-362. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a contextual overlay district to properties located at various addresses on either side of Corder Drive, the western portion of Drugger Drive, and the connecting northern portion of Rosecliff Drive at the northwest corner of Rosecliff Drive and Duggar Drive. It's zoned R10. It's 5.27 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-362 by Councilmember Benedict. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a contextual overlay district to properties located at various addresses on either side of Corder Drive, the western portion of Duggar Drive, and the connecting northern portion of Rosecliff Drive at the northwest corner of Rosecliff Drive and Duggar Drive. It's zoned R10. It's 5.27 acres. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval, please.
Well, you got to call for the public hearing first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
sorry.
okay.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this? Seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. This is 2020-362 by Councilmember Benedict. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by applying a contextual overlay district to properties located at various addresses on either side of Corder Drive, western portion of Duggar Drive, and the connecting northern portion of Rosecliff Drive. At the northwest corner of Rosecliff Drive and Duggar Drive, it's zoned R10, 5.27 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
I move to approve.
The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
Aye.
Opposed, no? Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Thank you. We're on BL 2020-363 by Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Hager, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
I do, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so if you're interested in this, go ahead and make the phone call in. It's BL 2020-363 by Councilmember Hager, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to RS10, zoning for part of property located at Swinging Bridge Road unnumbered. At the corner of Swinging Bridge Road and Hickerson Street, it's 2.20 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-363, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to RS10 zoning for part of property located at Swinging Bridge Road unnumbered. At the corner of Swinging Bridge Road and Hickerson Street, it's 2.20 acres. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Request that we have the open public hearing, please.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak? Seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the call?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, read the caption one more time. It's BL 2020-363 by Councilmember Hager. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from CS to RS10 zoning for part of property located at Swinging Bridge Road unnumbered. At the corner of Swinging Bridge Road and Hickerson Street, it's 2.20 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Move for passage with a statement, please.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Hager.
This was originally property that was zoned commercial services a long time ago. It's over there next to the industrial area. So the probability of it ever being used as CS is pretty remote. The 10 acres, though, a lot of it they could not use. We had a meeting on this probably right before the pandemic. They were going to put about 28 houses on that property, but due to some of the water situation back there, they ended up they could only use 2.20 acres of it. and they'll put about 8 houses on that property facing Higgerson Road at that corner of Swinging Bridge and Higgerson. I think everybody was pretty satisfied with what the gentleman was going to build there. And plus, he went down from 28 to 8 houses, and that tended to make people a lot happier as well. So with that, I would ask the council to support this and pass it, please.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hager. He has moved passage on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Anybody in the queue? Seeing nobody, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes. Any corrections to the number? Bill passes on second reading. We're on BL 2020-364 by Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember O'Connell, I believe this one has to be deferred. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. President. So I do not intend to have a hearing tonight. I'd like to move to defer this to the first meeting in September, please.
Okay, so this will be deferred to the first meeting in September. Do we have to take a vote on that?
Has to be deferred.
Okay. So, Councilmember O'Connell, it has to be deferred because there was a lack of notice, so it automatically moves to the first meeting in September. All right? So,
thank you.
I'll read the caption just to make sure people know which one we're talking about. BL 2020-364 by Councilmember O'Connell. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IR to OG zoning for properties located at 309, 401, and 407 Driftwood Street. West of the terminus of Nestor Street, it's 9.39 acres. Again, 2020-364 is deferred to the first meeting in September. Okay, we're on BL 2020-365 by Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, do you want to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so if you're interested in 2020-365, go ahead and make the phone call. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CL to SP zoning for properties located at 829 and 835 Dickerson Pike, approximately 350 feet south of Cleveland Street, and within the Dickerson Pike Sign Urban Design Overlay District and the Skyline Redevelopment District, 0.9 acres, to permit a mixed-use development. Again, this is BL 2020-365 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CL to SP zoning for properties located at 829 and 835 Dickerson Pike, approximately 350 feet south of Cleveland Street, and within the Dickerson Pike Sign Urban Design Overlay District and the Skyline Redevelopment District. It's 0.9 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this one? Seeing nobody in the chamber wishing to speak, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Again, we're on BL 2020-365 by Councilmember Parker. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CL to SP zoning for properties located at 829 and 835 Dickerson Pike, approximately 350 feet south of Cleveland Street, and within the Dickerson Pike Sign Urban Design Overlay District and the Skyline Redevelopment District. It's 0.9 acres. Again, Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of 2020-365 on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no? Any abstentions? It's 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Bill passes on second reading. Any corrections to the number? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Benedict, we're on 2020-366. Do you plan to have a public hearing on this one tonight? Councilmember Benedict?
Yes, Vice Mayor, Thank you.
There you are. All right, so if you're interested in 2023-66, go ahead and make the phone call. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1318 Cardinal Avenue, approximately 75 feet northwest of Adnine Street, 0.23 acres. Again, it's BL 2023-66 by Councilmember Benedict. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1318 Cardinal Avenue. It's approximately 75 feet northwest of Adine Street. It's 0.23 acres. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this one? Seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, anybody on the phone?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, I'm going to read it one more time. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws. It's BL 2023-66. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1318 Cardinal Avenue, approximately 75 feet northwest of Adine Street, 0.23 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have a caller in the queue.
Okay, go ahead and send them through. All right, good evening. We're on BL 2020-366. I need your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill, and then you have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cole Newton. I live at 1318 Cardinal Avenue. I'm for the bill. My wife and I are requesting the rezoning from RS10 to R10. There are lots on this whole block that have dual frontage. We front on Cardinal and Greenland Avenue. And there's several properties on our block that have already zoned from RS10 to R10, and we're requesting to do the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Newton. Anybody else in the queue, Ms. Godin?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor of the motion to approve 2023-66 on second reading, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the motion, 40 to 0 to 0. We're on BL 2020-367 by Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Hager, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. And Vice Mayor, thank you.
All right. So if you're interested in 2020-367, go ahead and make the phone call. This is by Councilmember Hager. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS15 to RM2, zoning for property located at 428 Old Lebanon Dirt Road at the southeast corner of Old Lebanon Dirt Road and Dotson Chapel Road. It's 5.83 acres. Again, it's 2020-367 by Councilmember Hager. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS15 to RM2 zoning for property located at 428 Old Lebanon Dirt Road at the southeast corner of Old Lebanon Dirt Road and Dotson Chapel Road, 5.83 acres. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Move to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this one? Seeing none, Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'll do it one more time. BL 2020-367 by Councilmember Hager. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS15 to RM2 zoning for property located at 428 Old Lebanon Dirt Road at the southeast corner of Old Lebanon Dirt Road and Dotson Chapel Road. It's 5.83 acres. Anybody in the queue, Ms. Godin?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
Move for passage with a statement.
Okay. Motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Hager.
This is on the head street of Old Lebanon Dirt Road. It's approximately 6 acres of property, and the reason it's being zoned RM2 is because most of the land there is in a floodplain. So the only use they can get out of this is about 2.5 acres of this property, and they plan on putting 10 houses on there, and that's why it's zoned RM2. So the other 2.5 acres, approximately 2 acres, will remain open space because it's in a floodplain. So they've talked to the neighbors across the street. There's only about 3 or 4 houses across the street from this property, and it comes out on Andrew Jackson Parkway. So I would move for passage based on the explanation I gave.
Okay. Motion is to approve. It was properly seconded. I'm checking the queue. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of passage on second reading, BL 2020-367, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on second reading. BL 2020-368 by Councilmember Rutherford. Councilmember Rutherford, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. So if you're interested in it, go ahead and make your phone call in. 2020-368, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to MULA zoning for property located at 6228 Nolensville Pike, approximately 580 feet southeast of Bienville Drive, and located with a corridor design overlay district at 6.55 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-368, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from CS to MULA zoning for property located at 6228 Nolensville Pike, approximately 580 feet southeast of Bienville Drive, and located with a corridor design overlay district at 6.55 acres. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak? Come on up, sir. Name, address, for or against the bill, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak. Sorry, hold on. There you go.
My name is Chris Saunders. I live at 1014 Loxley Drive. I am for the bill. If you look at the existing site, there are 4 structures there currently that I would subjectively say are non-contributing to the neighborhood as well as the Nolensville Pike corridor. So rezoning this to the MULA zoning would allow for mixed-use development as well as multi-family apartment projects to be developed, and gives the opportunity for transplants such as myself to have a great place to live when they look to move to Davidson County, the Nashville metro area. That's it. That's all I have to say on that.
All right. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. All right. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak? All right, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody on the phone line?
Yes, Vice Mayor, you have callers in the queue.
Okay. Send them through.
Give the opportunity for transplants, such as myself, to have
All right. Go ahead and mute your phone. Are you? We're on BL 2020-368 by Councilmember Rutherford. I need your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill. You'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Dan McVicker, 5344 Stanford Drive. I'm for the bill, and I'm with Ramsden Capital. We are the sponsor with John Rutherford for the bill.
Okay. Any other comments?
No, I do not have any right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next caller, Ms. Godin. All right. We are on BL 2020-368 by Councilmember Rutherford. I need your name, address, and whether you're for or against the bill, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Micah Hargrove. My address is 1801 Ashwood Avenue. I'm the landscape architect on this project, and I support the proposed bill.
Okay.
So over the past few months, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Over the past few months, our team has presented development ideas to community groups, including Lennox Village, HOA, and residents, as well as the Cane Ridge Community Club. I'd like to address some of the concerns that were raised at those meetings. These concerns include preserving existing trees and views from Lennox Village, stormwater management, and property values. We are working to preserve as many existing trees as possible, especially those between the new development and the adjacent neighbors in Lennox Village. These preserved trees will help to screen the new development from the Lennox Village properties. The preserved existing trees will be used to fulfill the landscape buffer requirements and tree density units. For stormwater management, BMPs will be used to maintain water quality and volume standards per Metro stormwater regulations. For property values, we're going to look to Lennox Village as a precedent. Since Lennox Village was built in 2002, the recorded property values in this area have increased. Based on the success of Lennox Village, we anticipate nearby property values to increase as well. Our team understands these concerns.
You have 30 seconds.
As the site design continues to develop. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Next caller.
There are no more callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, declare the public hearing closed. Back to you, Councilmember Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move approval.
All right, so Councilmember Rutherford moves approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on 368. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any objections, or any abstentions, sorry. 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill passes on second reading. Thank you, Councilmember Rutherford. BL 2020-369 by Councilmember Sledge. Councilmember Sledge, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
No, Vice Mayor. I wish to defer to the first meeting in September.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in September. Let me read the caption. BL 2020-369, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from IR, OR20, and IWD to SP zoning for properties located at 622, 624, 626, 632, and 634 Moore Avenue unnumbered, and 625 Hamilton Avenue at the southeast corner of Hagan Street, and Hamilton Avenue is 2.46 acres to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've moved to the first meeting in September, please.
Okay, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in September. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer to the first meeting in September say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. The bill is deferred to the first meeting in September. Okay. Okay, we're on BL 2020-370 by Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Parker, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I do.
Okay, if you're interested in 2020-370, go ahead and make the phone call in. BL 2020-370 by Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 105 East Moreland Street, approximately 230 feet east of Dickerson Pike. It's 0.17 acres. Again, it's BL 2020-370 by Councilmember Parker, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 105 East Moreland Street, approximately 230 feet east of Dickerson Pike. It's 0.17 acres. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this one? All right, seeing nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
I'll read it one more time. BL 2020-370 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by change from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 105 East Moreland Street, approximately 230 feet east of Dickerson Pike. It's 0.17 acres. Ms. Godin, anybody else join the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move for approval on second.
Okay, so Councilmember Parker moves for approval on second, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're voting on 370. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, bill passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Bill 2020-371 and 372, I think we can take together, and I think they're both going to be deferred because of the notice requirement. Councilmember Stiles, is that your understanding?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, that is correct. There is a substitute, a housekeeping substitute in the packet that I wanted to go ahead and move for approval and then defer until the first meeting in September.
That's on 372.
Okay, so let me do the first one. Let's just do them separately so we can get them taken care of, but we'll handle them both together. Both will be deferred. BL 2020-371 by Councilmember Stiles, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at Mount View Road, unnumbered, and Crossings Boulevard, unnumbered, and a portion of property located at Crossings Boulevard, unnumbered, approximately 200 feet east of Hickory Hollow Parkway and within a commercial plan unit development to permit a mixed-use development. Councilmember Stiles, I believe that one has to be deferred automatically because notice was not provided. Is that correct? So that will move to the first meeting in September. Okay? Automatically deferred, 2020-371. So now I'll go to BL 2020-372, also by Councilmember Stiles, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by canceling a portion of a commercial plan unit development overlay district for properties located at Mount View Road, unnumbered, Crossings Boulevard, unnumbered, and a portion of property located at Crossings Boulevard, unnumbered, approximately 200 feet east of Hickory Hollow Parkway. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on 2020-372.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is the bill that has the housekeeping. It's going to be the same project, but on opposite sides of the street. So this is where the typo is that I wanted to move the substitute.
Okay, so Councilmember Stiles has moved the substitute on 2020-372, properly seconded. Back to you. Any further discussion on the substitute?
Nope.
Okay.
That's all it's a typo.
Okay, so we're on the substitute on 372. Any questions from council members? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote on the motion. All those in favor of the substitute on 372, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? All right, and then back to you, Councilmember Stiles, on BL 2020-372 as substituted. Then you would just simply move to defer.
Move for deferral, yes.
Okay, so on this one, I'll take a vote. It's a motion to defer. We have to do it anyway, but we've got an amendment. It's a substitute on it. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral? It'll go to the first meeting in September. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Any abstentions? 40 to 0 to 0. That's 372 as substituted. Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. We're on BL 2020-373 by Councilmember Swope. Councilmember Swope, do you plan to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Councilmember Swope, 2020-373. Call in if you're interested in that one. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending the Brentwood Skyline specific plan for property located at Stonebrook Drive, unnumbered, approximately 170 feet south of Fox Ridge Drive at 6.56 acres, to permit an additional 55 multifamily residential units for a total of 195 multifamily residential units. Again, it's BL 2020-373 by Councilmember Swope. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending the Brentwood Skyline specific plan for property located at Stonebrook Drive, unnumbered, approximately 170 feet south of Fox Ridge Drive at 6.56 acres, to permit an additional 55 multifamily residential units for a total of 195 multifamily residential units. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's open public hearing.
All right, so I declare the public hearing open. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak? Is there anybody in? There's nobody in the chamber, so nobody in the chamber wishes to speak. Ms. Godin, anybody in the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read it one more time. It's 373 by Councilmember Swope. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending the Brentwood Skyline specific plan for property located at Stonebrook Drive, unnumbered, approximately 170 feet south of Fox Ridge Drive, 6.56 acres, to prevent an additional 55 multifamily residential units for a total of 195 multifamily residential units. Ms. Godin, anybody else join the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized. Councilmember Swope, lost you. There you are. Did you say move for approval? I think you said I did. Okay, I can see you now. All right, so the motion is to move for approval.
Move approval, please.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Okay, 2020-373, approved 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? That's the vote. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. We're now for Councilmember Syracuse. Councilmember Syracuse, we're on BL 2020-374. Do you wish to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if you're interested in that, go ahead and call in BL 2020-374, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 2250 Lebanon Pike at the corner of the Briley Parkway ramp and Lebanon Pike, zoned RS20 and R8, and partially within the downtown Donaldson Urban Design Overlay District, within a neighborhood landmark overlay district and partially within a historic landmark district overlay, 5.92 acres to add additional parking, a special event center, and increase the maximum bed and breakfast units to 17. Again, BL 2020-374 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 2250 Lebanon Pike at the corner of the Briley Parkway ramp and Lebanon Pike, zoned RS20 and R8, and partially within the downtown Donaldson Urban Design Overlay District, within a neighborhood landmark overlay district, and partially within an historic landmark district overlay, 5.92 acres, adding an additional parking, a special event center, and increase the maximum bed and breakfast units to 17. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. Since there's nobody in the chamber, Ms. Godin, is there anybody in the phone queue?
No, Vice Mayor, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, read it one more time. 2020-374 by Councilmember Syracuse, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by amending a neighborhood landmark overlay district on property located at 2250 Lebanon Pike at the corner of the Briley Parkway ramp and Lebanon Pike, zoned RS20 and R8, and partially within the downtown Donaldson Urban Design Overlay District, within a neighborhood landmark overlay district, and partially within a historic landmark district overlay, 5.92 acres, to add additional parking and special event center and increase the maximum bed and breakfast units to 17. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval with a very brief explanation.
All right, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. We put a historic overlay over this property a couple years ago, and we had a pretty restrictive neighborhood landmark overlay to control the use. And as he's become successful, they are now ready for the next phase, and this sets up the next several years, really, of potential for this property. But as far as the expanding to the maximum bed and breakfast units to 17, they can already do 15. So it's adding 2 more because there's a small house there and just corporate events or whatnot. So I appreciate the extraordinary historical nature of this property being restored, and this helps ensure its success. Move approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. Got a motion to approve, again, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Vote is 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. 40 to 0 to 0. Any corrections to that? Councilmember Syracuse, BL 2020-374 passes on second reading. We're now on BL 2020-375 by Councilmember Toombs. Councilmember Toombs, do you wish to have a public hearing on this one?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, so if you're interested in this, go ahead and make your phone call in. BL 2020-375, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RM20ANS to SP zoning for properties located at 910 Youngs Lane and Youngs Lane unnumbered at the southern terminus of Roy Street, 1.64 acres. Again, it's Councilmember Toombs. It is BL 2020-375, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from RM20ANS to SP zoning for properties located at 910 Youngs Lane and Youngs Lane unnumbered at the southern terminus of Roy Street, 1.64 acres. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, read it one more time.
I just got a note from Lisa that this meeting. So if you want to ask.
This is on this one, 2020-375. Okay, so we're checking something, Councilmember Toombs, on the notice requirement. Let's see. Lisa Milliken? Yeah. Ms. Milliken, are you on the call from the Planning Commission? I don't see her on here.
Hi, Vice Mayor.
Okay,
yes,
there you are.
I'm here.
There you are. I couldn't find you. There you go. Do we have, on BL 2020-375, did notice properly go out on this one?
No, we did not get the notices returned on this one, so it will need to be deferred.
Okay. All right. So Councilmember Toombs, sorry, this one gets automatically deferred to the first meeting in September. All right. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are looking at this one on 375, this one, because of notice requirements, has to be deferred to the first meeting in September. All right, we're now ready for the last bill on public hearing tonight, BL 2020-376 by Councilmember Swope and Johnston. It is, Councilmember Swope, do you plan to have a public hearing on this one tonight?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
Okay. So if you're interested in 2020-376, go ahead and make that phone call. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R15 to R20, R15, R20, and R40 to RS15, RS20, and RS40, zoning for various properties located along Broadwell Drive, Woodhurst Drive, Bradfield Court, Bradfield Drive, Granbury Heights Drive, Heather Lane, Heather Springs, Hill Road Circle, San Marcos Drive, Thalman Drive, and Wakefield Drive. That's the bill, BL 2020-376, again by Councilmember Swope and Johnston. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R15, R20, and R40 to RS15, RS20, and RS40, zoning for various properties located along Broadwell Drive, Woodhurst Drive, Bradfield Court, Bradfield Drive, Granbury Heights Drive, Heather Lane, Heather Springs, Hill Road Circle, San Marcos Drive, Thalman Drive, and Wakefield Drive. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Nobody's in the chamber. Ms. Godin, do we have anybody in the phone queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to read the bill one more time. Bill 2023-76 by Swope and Johnston. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from R15, R20, and R40 to RS15, RS20, and RS40, zoning for various properties located along Broadwell Drive, Woodhurst Drive, Bradfield Court, Bradfield Drive, Granbury Heights Drive, Heather Lane, Heather Springs, Hill Road Circle, San Marcos Drive, Thalman Drive, and Wakefield Drive. Ms. Godin, anybody in the queue? Anybody join the queue?
There are no callers in the queue, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move approval, please.
Okay, I got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this bill, Bill 2023-76? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Bill 2023-76 on second reading, indicate by saying aye. Any opposed say no. Any abstentions? Bill passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bill passes 40 to 0 to 0. Thank you, Councilmember Swope. All right, we are now ready for the consent agenda resolutions and resolutions that are not on consent. Pull my sheet. Got it. It's right over here. Okay, so I'm going to go through the items that are on the consent agenda, and if I'm wrong, just tell me and I'll pull those off. These are items that are on the consent agenda. 2020-385, 2020-460, 461, 462, 463, 464, 465, 466, 467, 468, 470, 471, 472, and 473. Any corrections to that? All right, don't see anybody in the queue, so I'm going to, here they go. I'm going to read the items on the consent agenda. RS 2020-385 by Councilmember O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution authorizing Nashville Underground LLC to construct and install an aerial encroachment sign at 105 Broadway. Resolution RS 2020-460 by Mendes, Toombs, and Suara, a resolution accepting a community corrections and substance abuse grant from the Tennessee Department of Correction to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the state trial courts to divert eligible offenders from the Tennessee prison system by providing community supervision and treatment services. RS 2020-461 by Mendes, Stiles, Toombs, and Suara, resolution accepting a grant from the state of Tennessee through the Department of Finance Administration to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Office of the District Attorney General to work with Hispanic victims of crimes and their family. 2020-462. Councilmember Mendes is the sponsor. Resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claim of Sherry Haynes against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Officer Seth Vaughn and Corporal Michael Harvey, in the amount of $185,000, said amount to be paid out of the Judgment and Losses Fund. RS 2020-463 by Councilmember Mendez, resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Ismail Heger against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $13,500, said amount to be paid out of the Self-Insured Liability Fund. RS 2020-464 O'Connell, Mendez, and Sledge, resolution replacing Amendment Number 2 of the existing lease agreement between the Metropolitan Government and the State of Tennessee for the Farmers Markets facility to include the fully executed amendment and property survey. RS 2020-465 by Mendez, Hager, Toombs, Soiree, and Hancock. A resolution approving Amendment 2 to a Youth Development Center grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance Administration to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Nashville Public Library to improve community adults, out-of-school time, educators, families, and school staff, the readiness to support positive child-youth development and cultivate safe environments and lives of children and our youth. Resolution RS 2020-466 by Council Members Murphy, Mendez, Hager, and Hancock. Resolution accepting a grant from the McKay Park Little League to the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metro Nashville Parks and Rec Department to provide materials and labor to be used in the installation of an irrigation system for the McKay Park baseball field. RS 2020-467 by Henderson, Mendez, Hager, and Hancock. This is a resolution accepting a grant from the Friends of Water Park to the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by through the Metropolitan Parks Board, to fund the installation of a blind to hide a porta potty in the park at Indian Springs. Next one is 468. Resolution RS 2020-468 by Henderson, Mendez, Hager, and Hancock. Resolution accepting a grant from the Friends of Warner Parks to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation, to fund the installation of 3 kiosks in the park. Resolution RS 2020-470 by O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution authorizing Oliver McMillan Spectrum Emery LLC to construct and install an aerial encroachment at 500 Broadway. Resolution RS 2020-471 by Welsh, Johnston, Mendez, and Henderson. Resolution approving Amendment 1 to an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Department of Public Works for intersection improvements on Nolensville Pike from McNally Drive to Natchez Court. Resolution RS 2020-472 by Councilmember Hurt. Resolution urging Senator Lamar Alexander, Senator Marsha Blackburn, and Governor Bill Lee to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. And Resolution RS 2020-473 by Councilmember Taylor and a host of other council members. A resolution recognizing racism as a public health crisis and declaring a commitment to enact policies that unequivocally defend minorities and aim to eradicate the effects of systemic racism affecting black people and other minorities throughout Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County. Those are the items on the consent calendar. Does anything need to be taken off? Seeing none, we'll go to committee reports. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The Budget and Finance Committee considered RS 2020-460, 461, 462, 463, 464, 65, 66, 67, 68, and 471. And the committee voted 11 in favor and 0 against, recommending each of those.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Codes, Fair and Farmers Market, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The committee recommended 7 in favor, 0 against Resolution 2020-464.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hager, Parks and Library.
Parks and Library considered RS 2020-465, passed 8-4-0 against. RS 2020-466, passed 8-4-0 against. RS 2020-467, passed 8-4-0 against. RS 2020-468, passed 8-4-0 against.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Murphy, Planning and Zoning.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We've had RS 2020-385, 14 in favor, 0 against. RS 469, wait, no, just kidding. RS 2020-470, 14 in favor, 0 against. And I believe that's all I have for you on the consent calendar.
That's right. All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
Thank you, Vice
Mayor, the Public Works Committee considered resolutions RS 2020-470 and 471 and recommended approval for both, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Rosenberg, rules and confirmations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules had resolutions 472 and 473, voted 7 in favor, none against on both, and move approval of the consent agenda.
All right, so the motion is to approve resolutions on the consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on any of those resolutions? Seeing none, we're voting on the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Okay, opposed, no. Any abstentions? 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Consent agenda passes. We're now on items that were not on the consent agenda. These are resolutions. Resolution RS 2020-431 by Council Members Bradford, Welch, Nash, and Saguaro. Resolution requesting Mayor John Cooper to include a representative from the Community Oversight Board, a representative from community organizations, advocacy groups, and a representative from the Fraternal Order of Police on a committee to select the next chief of police. Council Member Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
All right, so it was referred to public safety. Councilmember Pulley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public safety did not consider the proposed substitute and recommended indefinite deferral at the request of the sponsor, 8 in favor, 0 against.
Okay. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to go ahead and move the substitute and then indefinitely defer.
Okay, so Councilmember Bradford is going to move his substitute resolution, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute resolution.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So after the initial submission of the resolution, getting some feedback from the committees and from other individuals, I decided to kind of rework some of the language and to basically make it more as the mayor's office requesting that they work with these groups. After some of the public safety special meetings that we've had, it is my understanding, and Mr. Jameson can confirm or correct if my understanding is wrong, but the mayor's office is intending to do pretty much what this resolution is asking. Therefore, I don't really see a need at this time to move forward with it. I'll let Mr. Jameson answer or confirm my suspicions, if he can.
Mr. Jameson, you're on the line.
Councilman Bradford, suspicions are correct, Vice Mayor. We do intend to include those organizations with effective outreach in the police chief search.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jameson. Back to you, Councilmember Bradford.
All right, so I move the substitute.
Okay, so again, the Councilmember Bradford has moved the substitute, again, properly seconded. Discussion on the substitute. Councilmember Sledge?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to be marked as abstaining on this vote, please.
Just on the substitute?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on the motion to pass the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
All right, opposed say no. Any abstentions? All right, substitute passes 39 to 0 to 1, with Councilmember Sledge abstaining. All right, Councilmember Bradford, you're on your resolution, your substitute resolution, 2020-431.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for indefinite deferral.
Okay, Councilmember Bradford has moved to defer indefinitely, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer indefinitely? Seeing none, we're voting on a motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions, Councilmember Sledge? Did you have to abstain on that one?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Vote is 40 to 0 to 0. Any corrections to that? Substitute Resolution 2020-431 is deferred indefinitely. Okay. We're on Resolution RS 2020-450 by Councilmember Druffel, Mendez, and others. Resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Department of Public Works for the reimbursement of railroad crossing safety improvements at Post Road, and it's railroad crossing 348-0285. Councilmember Druffel, you're recognized.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Committee reports, please.
I've got Budget and Finance, Councilmember Mendez.
At the request of the sponsor, the committee recommended a one meeting deferral, 11 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
We also did a one meeting deferral, 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
Public Works Committee recommended a one meeting deferral as well, Vice Mayor, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Back to you, Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. We're waiting for some potential costs on additional improvements at this intersection, and would like to defer one meeting.
Okay, the motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer? Seeing none, we're voting on a motion to defer one meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0. Resolution is deferred one meeting. We're on RS 2020-459 by Councilmember Mendez. Resolution appropriating a total of $1.244 million from the general fund of the General Services District to various nonprofit organizations selected to receive grants for COVID-19 pandemic response-related purposes. Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thank you. The committee report is that the committee recommended approval of a substitute and of the bill, the resolution as substituted, 10 in favor, 0 against, with 1 abstention.
Okay.
That's the only committee report. And so with that, I need to move the substitute with an explanation.
Okay, Councilmember Mendez has moved the substitute on the resolution RS 2020-459, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
All right, thank you. This is, the substitute fixes a typo to make it clear that this appropriation is coming from federal COVID-19 pandemic relief funds, not from the general fund. And this is swinging through something that was discussed mostly at the beginning of the budget process, but we did talk about it. This takes about $1.2 million and funds certain nonprofits in the same amounts that they were funded in the previous fiscal year. These are things that happen to be through the hard work of the administration, the finance department, reimbursable by relief funds, and so this is something that we talked about during the budget process happening. I know it probably got lost in the shuffle by some, but this is the same allocations as previous year, something that was anticipated coming, and this is the administration swinging through it. And with that, we need a motion to approve the substitute.
Okay, so on the motion to approve the substitute, it was properly seconded. Discussion on that. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I need to stand on this bill, the substitute, and the bill as substituted as well.
Okay, so Councilmember Sledge is going to be recorded as abstaining on all votes on this measure. So we're on the substitute resolution. We're voting on the substitute. Any other discussion? Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a quick question, and this might be in a meeting I can go back and revisit, but on the because there's kind of a distinction, I think, in looking at like the CARES Act resolution that's being recommended this evening by the CARES Act committee, and then the money that's being appropriated in this resolution that's also tied to the CARES Act. Is there something documenting that they have to use it for specific activities? I know it's tied to kind of, COVID related, but is there something that we'll be able to reflect back on later that says, this organization uses money and here's how they help people or anything like that? And I'm just ignorant to the process. I'd appreciate any clarification.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, Councilmember Evans, each of the nonprofits has to execute a contract with Metro where they outline, the contract outlines the scope of services, and then those contracts are audited annually to make sure that the funds were used in the manner as indicated in the contract.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Evans. Any other discussion? Okay, we're on the substitute, voting on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any other abstentions? We've got Councilmember Sledge is an abstention. Any other abstentions? Okay, the vote on the substitute is 39-0 to 1. Any corrections to that? All right, Councilmember Mendez, we're back on your resolution as substituted, 2020-459.
I'd like to move the resolution as substituted.
All right, so Councilmember Mendez has moved the resolution as substituted, again properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution as substituted? Councilmember Sledge will be noted as abstaining. Nope. Seeing nobody in the queue, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Resolution RS 2020-459 as substitute, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
What do you want?
Any abstentions? Councilmember Hager, we can hear you talking to your dog. Okay. There you go. So the vote is 39 for, 0 against, 1 abstention. 39-0 to 1. Resolution RS 2020-459 as substituted passes. All right, we're on Resolution RS 2020-469 by Sledge, Murphy, and Henderson. Resolution to amend ordinance number BL 2020-163 to authorize the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon additional easement rights for property located at 1131 4th Avenue South. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We are going to defer this one meeting, 14 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Public Works, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The request of the sponsor, we recommended a 1-meeting deferral as well, 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I think it's deferred by rule.
Deferred by rule? Deferred by rule? It is. RS 2020-469, deferred 1 meeting. All right, so that takes us through all resolutions on consent. We have 2 matters, 1 late filed and 1 other matter. Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized on its resolution RS 2020-457. Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to move to rescind our actions on Resolution RS 2020-457 that we took on July 21st, 2020 for the purpose of offering a housekeeping substitute for the resolution.
All right, pursuant to Rule 37, a motion to rescind action takes an affirmative action of the council. It can be rescinded by a 2/3 vote of the full membership of the council, 27 votes. So Councilmember Murphy has moved to rescind our actions in approving Resolution RS 2020-457 so that we can get another resolution in front of us to correct a typographical error. It's a motion to rescind, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to rescind? Councilmember Sledge, your hand is still up. I assume that's from before. Councilmember Murphy, do you wish to be recognized again?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to further explain it. It was a typo. If you recall, well, you might not recall because we moved these on consent, and so that's why I would like to apologize for having to take up 8 to 10 minutes of our conversation tonight. Literally, we were passing a resolution honoring a young woman who received an Athena Award, and her name was misspelled in part of it. and we it wasn't a very kind misspelling. So because the clerk would not let us simply fix that typo, we are having to rescind our actions. And so again, I apologize for this, and I appreciate all of y'all's support in recognizing that it's important that we've got to better check our resolutions, but also maybe we need to look at how we handle typographical mistakes and things like that, because it is a little bit much to have to rescind our actions and go through all these motions. So I appreciate everybody's support here tonight, and so we can properly honor one of Nashville's great young women. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. We're on a motion to rescind our actions. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we need 27 votes. We'll try by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to rescind our actions on RS 2020-457, say aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? All right, that was a 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? The council has rescinded its actions on RS 2020-457. Now, Councilmember Murphy, I'm going to come back to you for a motion on your resolution.
Thank you. I would like to move the substitute resolution, which I believe has the same number as the original RS 2020-475. It's just a substitute for it.
It does. It's substitute resolution RS 2020-457. Councilmember Murphy has moved the substitute resolution, properly seconded. Any discussion on the substitute resolution? 54 late filed. It's okay.
We'll just move forward.
Let's move it. All right. So again, we're on substitute resolution RS 2020-457 by Councilmember Murphy, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Substitute resolution number RS 2020-457 passes. 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. 40 to 0 to 0. Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. We have one late filed resolution that is the resolution unnumbered. I think you may have gotten a copy of it. It's a resolution proposing initial recommendations by the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee to the Mayor, the Director of Finance, and the Metropolitan Council for distribution of $10 million in CARES Act funds from the COVID-19 Pandemic Fund number 3009, to provide rent and mortgage payments and utility payments for Davidson County residents affected by COVID-19, to be administered by United Way of Greater Nashville using our Fair Share Nashville preliminary report submitted by the Equity Alliance and commissioned by the Mayor's Office. I believe it's signed by our 3 representatives to the CARES Act, the Financial Oversight Committee by Councilmember Johnston, Gamble, and Sepulveda. It is late filed. I'm going to go to Councilmember Johnston on the resolution. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think I need to move to suspend the rules.
Yeah, you need to move to suspend the rules. So did this matter get taken up by the Rules Committee, Councilmember Rosenberg?
It did, Mr. President. It was considered in budget on its merits, but it came to rules for the suspension, and nobody had any issue with it.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Rosenberg. Councilmember Johnston has moved to suspend the rules to get this matter before us. So is there any objection to suspension of the rules on this late filed resolution? Seeing none, this motion is, the resolution's in front of us. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to explain the resolution, and then I'll move for approval. This is the first of many resolutions to be presented to this body from the COVID-19 Financial Oversight Committee. When looking at the overwhelming need and the timeline of initial and final recommendations due, it became a priority of this committee that we act with a sense of urgency to address the immediate needs of our most vulnerable citizens, residents in the form of rent, mortgage, and utility support. We decided to allocate $10 million to this specific need. In the interest of expediency, we chose United Way to be the administrator of these funds, as they already have the policies and procedures in place with their recent experience of distributing $5.1 million in COVID funds. United Way, at the request of the committee, graciously agreed to lowering their normal 2 to 3% administrative fee to 1.5%. This agreement has been thoughtfully laid out with many stipulations. There's a requirement for any participating organizations to use charity tracker software for ease of reporting, prevent duplication of benefits to individuals. There are robust reporting requirements so that we can track the demographics of those receiving these funds. This will allow us to compare to the most at-risk populations already identified so that we may target communications to those populations we see are underserved. No participating organization is allowed to ask individuals to produce a Social Security number. There's a balance of funds reporting requirements so that the committee can predict either more funds being needed or the opportunity to reallocate any funds that have not been distributed by November 15th toward other needs. We prohibited distributing monies directly to individuals, instead requiring payments to be made directly to landlords, banks, or utility companies to ensure that these funds are being utilized properly. Again, this resolution was thoughtfully crafted with the urgent needs of our most vulnerable residents affected financially by the virus, and I encourage each of my colleagues to support. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Councilmember Johnston has moved this late file resolution. Again, properly seconded. We have people in the queue. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I do appreciate what's going on with this resolution, and I just have one question about the clause about this going directly to the banks, the landlords, the mortgage holders. My concern is that you may have one or two or a handful of individuals who will take this money, but then still turn to their tenants and say, you still owe me money. So is there anything through United Way or through Metro to kind of ensure that the people who are benefiting from this are not being taken advantage of, or, or prevent any double dipping situations?
Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you for that. There's nothing specific in this resolution, but we do have the ability to go back to United Way to make sure that that is put in there. So I appreciate that, and we will definitely look into that for sure.
Thank you. Like I said, that's my only concern, and I plan on supporting this one.
Sure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Mr. President, real quickly, point of order. Do we need a committee report on this?
Get budget and finance report on it?
I don't think we did. So, Councilmember O'Connell, I think you're right. It was late filed, but I think it may have shown up in front of Budget and Finance. Councilmember Mendez?
That's what I heard the chair of rules say, so I just wanted to be sure.
Councilmember Mendez, did this late file resolution come before that committee?
It did. We had a nice, robust discussion about it. Really appreciated our representatives on the committee bringing it to us, even though it is urgent and in a hurry, and the committee recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, after a good discussion.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez and O'Connell. All right. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, similarly to the line of Councilman Bradford's question, I wonder, is there any kind of protection or provision to, if an eviction has already been filed against a tenant who's fallen, would that landlord still be eligible? Or additionally, is there any kind of, again, mechanism to ensure that an eviction would not be filed for a tenant and landlord to engage with this program?
Councilmember Johnston.
So you broke up a little bit. Can you ask that again, because you broke up a couple of times, and I just want to make sure I'm getting the question correct.
Yes, thank you. So if an eviction has already been filed against a tenant, at that point, turned up in the system, and they're going to get picked up, and these data scraping agencies that affect people's credit forever will already have sort of gone in there. So is there any, are we looking at that when we find out who this can go to? Are we protecting people from eviction by any means other than just sort of this agreement between the landlord and the tenant?
This resolution does not speak to that. If there's already been an eviction that has been served, the answer to that is no.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I've got other people in the queue. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would just like to add that while the resolution doesn't address some of the questions that have been stated, United Way has a comprehensive process for accepting applicants, distributing funds to financial institutions, landlords, utility companies. They've been doing this. As far as those who have been evicted, and they are accustomed to getting requests and applications from residents right before eviction happens. And they explained to us during the committee meetings that in most times people don't seek help because, you know, they're trying to make things happen and do it on their own, but they don't seek help until the end of the month or within the first 5 days of the month. So they are accustomed to dealing with urgent, you know, trying to stop evictions, trying to keep people in their homes. So while the resolution doesn't address that, United Way does have a process and has demonstrated through funds that they've received through COVID to distribute in the past that they have a mechanism in handling that. So I just want to make that clear that we didn't address that in the resolution, but there is a process and a procedure for that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Gamble. Back to you, Councilmember Johnston.
Yes, Tracy Dill with United Way is on the line and can speak with much more, from a much more educated perspective on this eviction question. So I'd like, if we could recognize her, that would be fantastic.
So unless somebody has an objection, we can open it up to hear from Ms. Dill. Any objection to allowing Ms. Dill to speak? All right, Ms. Dill, you're recognized.
Thank you all. To speak to the first question, just around the tenants that potentially have legal issues that are pending, as well as the evictions, the agencies that do this work on a daily basis work directly with the landlords to ensure that their payment will avoid eviction prior to that payment being made. So if there is a process that's in place that client will potentially be evicted from their home, the agency does not need to make payment and can work on alternate solutions with that client if necessary. All of them have a strong relationship with the Legal Aid Society to help with issues if there's any kind of complications with their particular case. But they do work with those situations on a daily basis and will ensure that the tenant's name is attached as they make that pledge. So all of that's worked out on the forefront before the payment is sent to the tenant. And then if the tenant does have any issues, legal aid immediately comes in, and we haven't seen issues where they have legal ramifications where they have made a payment on behalf of the tenant and it was not credited to the tenant's account.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dill. I've got other people in the queue. Councilmember Hager, you're recognized.
I just wanted to let everybody know that Judge Jones has stopped all hearings on the evictions of residential or CARE Act cases through August the 29th.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So quickly, I think my question is simply this. How do we define the people in the greatest need? It appears to me we sound like we're looking in just certain sections of town, but I will assure you anybody that can't make their mortgage payment or whatever are people in need. So, and that's the part that bothers me about this, is that we're putting $10 million and they will say, well, it's COVID money, but it's still money that we as taxpayers have to utilize. And And yesterday, I ended up voting for it yesterday, but I don't really understand how we're defining someone of need. I can promise you, anybody who has lost their job or that we're not letting, go back to work for whatever reasons, they are people in need. So I'm just interested in hearing that process.
Councilmember Johnston.
Yeah, so anybody that's a resident of Davidson County can apply for these funds through the various organizations that United Way chooses to contract with. The Our Fair Share Nashville preliminary report that was prepared by the Equity Alliance is being used as a resource to identify people that are at most risk, but that doesn't preclude anyone else from applying for these funds. I think Mary Jo Wiggins is on the call too, and she may be able to better speak to that as well.
Ms. Wiggins, you're recognized.
So thank you. I actually think that if United Way wants to address that, as far as determining need, that happens at the point that an individual would contact one of the agencies. So I will turn it over to United Way from that point.
All right, without objection, we're going to hear from Ms. Dill again.
Yes, thank you. So each of the applicants, as they apply to the agencies, go through a screening and interview process, and they also are required to provide proof of need. So if they had lost wages, if they went from full-time to part-time, if they're completely unemployed at this point, all of that has to be shown prior to receiving the financial assistance, and it is all uploaded into the data tracking system. So that information is available. To speak to the point of reaching the most vulnerable, what we try to do is work through the partners that we know have relationship with those individuals that kind of fly under the social service sector to make sure that churches and other smaller nonprofits know that the resource is available and also assist those clients with the application process. We have strong relationships with Metro schools who help with some of the interpretation services that are necessary for the online application process. So we have a strong network that's in place. It doesn't mean that it's perfect, but honestly, all of you can speak to your constituents and let them know that the funding is available, especially in those high-need communities, and spread that word on behalf of your constituents so that we can get the message out. The applications do fill up quickly. There are waiting lists, but there is a rigorous screening process that each of those agencies put in place. And then if we also need to shift, if we see there is an area in town, a specific zip code or a specific demographic that is not accessing those services as we did with COVID, we can redirect some of those resources and do some strategic marketing into those communities through the relationships that we have and others have to make sure that those constituents can access the resources as well.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dill. Back to you, Councilmember Glover.
Okay. Well, I mean, I appreciate what's being said. I think the other part that bothers me about this is that I don't see a plan for how we're going to make sure we get everybody back to work. And I think what scares me the most about this is we're putting off the inevitable if we don't get people back to work as quickly as possible. So I haven't heard any talk about that. It's my 2 cents worth. It just, I understand what the purpose of this is. I just think there are some missing components. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. My question is about how long this entire process is going to take in order for rent payments to be made. I personally always feel that it's best if we have a system set up where we are giving direct payments to people in need so that they can make the payments and have that sense of autonomy over their lives. So having this layer of bureaucracy in between, the money coming from CARES, it's bypassing the people who are actually living who are owing the rent, and to me it feels almost a little bit demeaning. I kind of understand the rationale behind that, but I would like to know how long this process is going to take, this application process, just how long this is going to take before people can actually feel like this is off of their back and things are taken care of so they can breathe easy as they try to figure out the next steps facing COVID.
So I'm going to go to Councilmember Johnston, but do you want me to go to either Ms. Dill or Ms. Wiggins?
Ms. Dill is the best person to answer that question.
Okay, again, without objection, we're going to hear from Ms. Dill from United Way. Ms. Dill?
Yes, so I believe the question is making sure that this is off of a client's back pretty quickly. From what we have been communicated, it will take until probably the end of August to get the contract through Metro over to United Way of Greater Nashville. In the interim, we are going to go ahead and create an application process for agencies to go ahead and begin applying pending the contract with you all, so that we already have those approvals in place. As soon as we receive the money from Metro, we can do an ACH into those agencies that have already been approved through the application process within a 24-hour turnaround to make that as smooth as possible and to get it out as quickly as possible. To answer the question as far as how frequently or how quickly it can get into the hands of the individuals that need the help, it really is going to be based on the agency's ability to build capacity. And we're already prepping them and preparing them with both the state CARES funds as well as the Metro CARES funds to be thinking through who they need to hire. Unfortunately, a lot of that cannot take place until they have funds to be able to support that, but they are prepared to move quickly. And keep in mind the 6 agencies that United Way partnered with for the COVID relief fund, they were able to deploy and begin putting out money within 24 hours of receiving that funding. They were processing applications and getting it into their hand. Now, they were a bit overwhelmed by the number of applications that were coming through, but they worked through them as quickly as possible and as a network. So if one agency was able to get through the applications more rapidly because they had more staff capacity, they were able to flag the client through that system, through the shared data system, and let the other agency be able to process those applications. So they have a streamlined approach. I'm not going to pretend it's going to be easy. You know, if we open this up and the mayor does a press conference that says, please call if you need rent and mortgage assistance, I can guarantee you thousands of applications will come in. They will be processed as quickly as possible, and we can ensure that we're working with the agencies that have the highest expertise of moving these quickly and already have the established relationships in the community with landlords and financial institutions and NES to try and expedite it. But there may be a backlog just depending on the ability for each agency to build staff capacity to process the applications quickly.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dill. Councilmember Welsh, any additional questions?
Well, if I'm hearing you correctly, it's potentially this could be 6 weeks to 2 months before money actually gets into the hands of a landlord to stop an eviction?
Ms. Dill?
The longest delay is going to be the amount of time it takes for the contract to go through Metro Legal and for the funds to come over to United Way. Once we can get the funds to the agencies, they do this daily. They were able to deploy over $1 million within a 4 to 6 week time period out into the community. They are preparing. They are looking at putting out positions. The hard part is if they don't have funding in hand and guaranteed, it's really hard to hire 3 or 4 staff members if they do not have that funding in place. So the quicker this can pass through council and can come into a contract with United Way, the quicker we can get the money out to the agencies who can then deploy. They have staff in place, so they can go ahead and process applications, but they will probably only be able to process each agency, and there's 6 of them that we were partnering with, would probably be able to process about 100 to 150 applications each during that first week with their existing staff. They will then have to gear up with new staff, get them trained, and get them on board. So it will be a slow process in the beginning, but they will still be able to process those applications. They just won't be able to move as quickly as we would like because they need the funding in order to hire, to build capacity.
All right. Ms. Wiggins, did you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to ask Ms. Wiggins, and then we've already run out of time, but I'll go back to you, Councilmember Welsh, because I know this is important. Ms. Wiggins, did you have anything to add to that in terms of the contracts?
I just wanted to say we do intend to fast track the contract. We have actually already asked for the first draft in hopes of it going through tonight, and we hope that it's not a couple weeks to get the contract, but we wanted to make sure that we set expectations properly so that folks didn't start calling United Way tomorrow thinking that they have the money there yet.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Welsh, did you have something else to add?
Quite frankly, I feel like this timeline is unacceptable. I mean, we've been sitting on $120 million in CARES funds for 4 months, and we need to get this money into the hands of people who need it now. I feel like first of all, how long, I would like to know from Metro Legal, how long is it going to take you to process this? I would like to know why we can't just match up people who have filed for unemployment claims in the state of Tennessee that we know are without jobs and that need money, that we can't bypass this level of bureaucracy that is not only going to take time, but it's also taking money out of this pot that we are allocating to help people be able to continue to live their lives and stay in their homes. I mean, I just feel like, why should this take so long to do this when this is kind of unacceptable to me. So yes, I would like to ask Metro Legal, how quickly can Metro Legal cut through all this paperwork to get things moving so that we can get money into people's hands, even landlords' hands, quicker so people know that they have a place to live?
All right, so Alex Dickerson is on from Metro Legal. Mr. Dickerson, can you hear us? There he is.
Yes, I can hear you. We think we could probably fast track a contract, especially because there are existing contracts already with United Way. So that would obviously be a first priority to get this out the door as soon as possible.
Can you give me an actual time frame? What's as quickly as possible?
I mean, it's a negotiation, so we can't guarantee any particular time, but I can tell you that because we have existing contracts with United Way, some of the parts that might be complicated with a new vendor would be out the door, and we'd be able to do this quicker.
All right, Councilmember Welsh, I've got other people in the queue. Have you gotten your question?
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think some of what Councilwoman Welsh just said resonated with me, because my questioning was really along the lines of Metro Action Commission, and maybe it was probably already vetted by the committee about why we couldn't use an existing setup within Metro Action Commission as far as some of the things that they do. And so I'm just interested in knowing, is that something that was considered, and was there a reason why we didn't go down that path? Thank you.
I'm not sure who wants to handle that one. Councilmember Johnston, do you want me to defer to Ms. Wiggins?
Yes, Ms. Wiggins, yes.
Okay, Ms. Wiggins, you're recognized.
Idea that they were familiar with the guidelines for the CARES Act, that they would have the capacity being built for also the state nonprofit funding that's going out, and being able to actually have more partners disperse it faster than if it was all within Metro Action Commission that did not have an existing process already in place. And not that they couldn't do that, but again, there is currently, I believe, 6 to 9 partners in the financial assistance network, and United Way was willing to welcome more into that network as long as they used the cherry tracker. So it really was about getting it out faster.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess then my other question, kind of related to Metro Action and United Way, is do those databases, I guess, between both organizations, will there be some reconciliation, or will they at some point talk to each other? I'm just thinking, I'm not trying to think about the people that are going to try to do anything wrong, but at the same time, it kind of is in the very back of my mind that there will be some people that will try to access a lot of resources that, should be shared equitably across folks. So just was wanting to make sure that, that's something that is considered as well.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized. Councilmember Vercher, there you go.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. So I heard a statement today that didn't come up in Budget and Finance, that there will be a rigorous screening. Someone articulate what that will actually entail. And for the viewing audience to what we will be passing tonight, funding to allow an application process for the possibility of neighbors being able to receive assistance. What we're passing tonight does not guarantee such assistance. So if someone could speak to what that rigorous screening would be, that's one. Two, will the criteria be the same from agency to agency? That's my second question. And then my last question will be, if I go to one agency, apply and denied, are there any checks and balances that prevents me from going to another agency and getting approved? Those are all my questions, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Johnston, again, back to Ms. Where do you want me to go?
I'm thinking that probably Ms. Dill will be able to answer that, and yeah.
Okay. Again, without objection, Ms. Dill, you're recognized.
Thank you. So to speak to the first question around the application process, since COVID, all of the nonprofit organizations that we funded previously through the COVID Response Fund went to an online application. They do have the ability to do a telephone application, so they'll walk through the application with the individual that way. Once they see the application information, they do a review to make sure that that person on paper has qualified, and then they conduct an interview with that client, and that is simply calling to verify all of their information and making sure that that client has the documents required. So again, they have to show that they have the loss of wages in the near future, that not 4 months ago. They have to show that they have recently lost wages and they are in an emergency crisis currently. Once they show that, they also show their bill that they're requesting to have paid, whether it's rent, mortgage, utilities. They provide a document that shows that information, and it's all uploaded into the system so that they have that. Your second question, I believe, was around if there was a denial that took place. So with them all being on a shared database system, if an individual was denied at one agency, it will be well documented as to why that denial took place. It could be that they just weren't able to provide proof of loss of income or any number of reasons, but it will be documented in the database. That does not mean they cannot apply at another agency and give all the information. The agencies all do require the same information. It's all uploaded into the same charity tracker database system. The application may vary a little bit just depending on the organization. Once that applicant completes the application, it goes into queue. Before that agency processes said application, they look inside the charity tracker database to make sure that that client has not received service anywhere else. If that client has already received service, they then do a follow-up to see why that need is still present. And if they can show that that need is still present because of unemployment or because of continued child care problems or whatever it may be, that then gets uploaded into the system as well, and that client can receive the assistance. So they do have a pretty good process amongst the agencies, and these agencies talk bi-weekly to make sure that their processes are streamlined, and if they have problems or they have concerns amongst each other, they talk through what those issues are and problem solve collectively.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dill. Councilmember Vercher, back to you. Does that get your questions answered?
Yes, thank you so much, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. It was my understanding that the COVID relief fund that is currently in force through United Way was offering rent assistance, mortgage assistance, loss of wages. And while we're implementing this CARES Act money, is not $5 million or some such figure already at United Way so people can apply? I've already sent a couple of people. The Metro website in St. Nashville says if you need help, go to this site, United Way. So we're not really asking anybody to wait. We just have more funds as more people come online. Is that not the case?
I can answer.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston.
Yeah, so the $5.1 million that was the COVID relief funds, if I'm not mistaken, has been completely depleted. It also went to several different things. There was emotional support and counseling and things like that. So it wasn't just rent, mortgage, and utilities. And in fact, the portion of that went to it was, I believe, less than $1 million and went through very, very quickly. So there's a huge list of like waiting list type things for people too. So this is another reason why we're bringing this resolution right now. We actually didn't have to bring any sort of recommendation until, I believe, September or maybe even November. But we know that there's an urgent need to keep people in their homes, and so we wanted to get this done as quickly as possible. And so everything that we're doing is actually for the purpose of getting these funds out as quickly as we possibly can. I hope that answered your question.
Councilmember Nash?
That does answer the question. I guess that makes the case we need to encourage folks to continue to make contributions to that COVID-19 fund. I've been trying to put in a little every month and to encourage the rest of Nashville, too, that can afford it to help out our needy folks.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Councilmember Sledge is calling the previous question. We are on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Opposed, no?
No.
Okay, so I've got one no. Previous question prevails, so we are voting on, this is the late filed resolution brought by Council Members Johnston, Gamble, and Sepulveda, dealing with the $10 million in rent relief. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Any abstentions? All right. Resolution passes 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions, 40 to 0 to 0. Thank you, Councilmember Johnston, Sepulveda, and Gamble for your work, and Ms. Dill, Ms. Wiggins, thank you for being on the phone to help us with that. All right, we are now ready for bills on introduction and first reading. We usually take these as a group. Any bills need to be considered separately? So, Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
I'd like to pull off 389 from the consent.
All right, Bill 2020-389 is pulled off consent. I've got Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Hager, is that from before? Councilmember Hager? Yes. That's from before?
I'm sorry.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, from before? Councilmember O'Connell, your hand was raised. Oh, it's gone now. Okay. So everything else can be taken. The only thing that's being pulled off is 2020-389. If there's no objection, we'll consider all other ordinances on first reading in one vote at this time. Is a motion to approve? Got a motion to adopt all the other bills on first reading, properly seconded. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? 40 to 0 to 0. All other bills on introduction, first reading pass on first reading. So we're pulled, the bill that was pulled is BL 2020-389 by Councilmember Glover. That's an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year 2020-21, declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metropolitan Charter, and repealing the initial tax levy adopted for fiscal year 2020-2021. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized for your bill on first reading.
So I will move for approval and ask for a second so we can have discussion.
Okay, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded.
Second.
Yeah, properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Glover.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. So I did this because, a lot of folks don't enjoy history. They don't enjoy, what's actually happened in the cities, track the numbers. So I would ask everybody to consider the points I'm about to make. 2003 to 2008 was phenomenal economic time in Nashville. Not quite as robust as it is right now, but we had almost a 23 to 25% sales tax gain in that same period. The worst we ever did after that, when we hit the worst economic time we'd seen before, was we lost 10.7% from our high water mark. So in other words, we dropped down less than 11% from the sales tax we had collected in 2 years previous, even at our highest point where we gained to. We've seen much of the same thing here. The cut in this budget that was passed and adopted in June is on sales tax, projected sales tax revenue is 27%. That's the most drastic of any of the history that's happened in Nashville. Given what happened in June, I filed this because it was my understanding we were going to come back and look at this thing on August 15th. Well, in order to change it, unless I'm incorrect, and legal told me we needed to have a bill to change the ordinance, or change the tax levy, then it was written up to start the process, realizing that, yes, there are flaws with it, but also realizing we can amend this thing on second and even third reading should we go through with it. I think to say that we're going to try to kill this tonight without looking at the actual numbers, because we'll have sales numbers and sales tax numbers from the state around August 15th, around that same time. So I think it's rather crazy for us to kill this tonight because anytime we're not trying to keep people's money in their pocket, I think we're missing our job and what we do. Especially the arguments I've heard is, oh gosh, we've got to keep it up there because economic times are tough. That's exactly the same argument why we need to try to drive it back down, because these economic times are tough on a number of people. We just spent a lot of time talking about a $10 million pay your mortgage and pay your rent resolution. So I think the argument's made to kill it right now and to say that we cannot on the floor ask for realistic projections and understand it as we go forward is short-sighted on our part. So with that, I would ask for folks to approve this. Let's get it to second, and then let's determine, what the discussion will look like at that point. Once we know better the numbers we have. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. Councilmember Henderson, you're next. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a substitute in the packet, and I would like to move that substitute. And it is in a similar framework to Councilman Glover's, and I think by moving the substitute, we could have a similar conversation. Mine is a more modest reduction in the levy. Councilman Glover proposes about a 10%, and I propose a 5%. And so, again, to the same extent that he's saying if his were to pass, it would be amendable later. Likewise, mine would be as well. So between 10 or 5 or 7 or whatever it might be, or not at all. But I do think it's incumbent upon us to have the conversation, given that we put down the August 15th marker. So in a friendly and conversational way of bringing this bill to have this conversation, I would move my substitute, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Henderson has moved a substitute to BL 2023-89, properly seconded. All right, so discussion on the substitute. I've got Councilmember Mendez. Do you want to talk on both the substitute and Councilmember Glover's bill? We're actually on the substitute, but they're sort of the same thing. Councilmember Mendez?
Yeah, they're the same problems with both. So thank you, Vice Mayor. I pulled this because I felt obligated to, as Budget and Finance Committee Chair. This is an extraordinary bill, an extraordinary substitute, and warrants our attention on first reading. Nothing like this has ever been filed in the history of Metro, and it does not agree with what we passed in the budget. In the budget, we passed that the finance director would update the revenue projections, and if a change was warranted, we could address it. If the revenue projections didn't change, it literally violates the charter to pass anything like this, and there's 100% chance that this will never be lawful legislation, either the original or the substitute. The budget process has been in place for years. There was an audit by internal audit in 2016. Now Mayor Cooper and Talia Lomax O'Neill and I were on the budget committee, the audit committee rather at the time. It's clear in the audit committee report, it's clear in the charter that the director of finance is solely responsible for projecting revenue. And that is just like the Congressional Budget Office. The charter was drafted so politicians weren't figuring out the revenue projection based on what they feel like, based on their view of history. The charter is set up so the finance professionals decide the revenue projections, and we go from there. The finance director yesterday delivered his report about the revenue projection. It's not changing. So the tax rate, by law, by charter, may not change. We're going to vote it down today, or we're going to tease the public for 2 weeks with the possibility of a tax rate decrease, and then we're going to kill it in 2 weeks because it flat violates the charter. I'll invite any of you to ask legal or John Cooper about that, given the revenue projection is not changing, and that's the sole control of the finance director. All we're doing is doing a head fake or a tease to the public, suggesting there might be a change in the tax rate when in fact there isn't. Moreover, substantively, this is the right call for the finance director. We've got GDP annualized down 30-some% nationally. Unemployment insurance is running out nationally. The federal moratorium on evictions has run out. There's fundamentally no leadership on the disease. I think that's coming out of D.C. or the state capitol. All of us, if we could guess what was going to happen with the disease back when we passed the bill on June 16th, we're currently living essentially what would have been the worst-case scenario guess since then. There's no basis to believe, especially if we're trying to be prudent stewards of the budget to make sure we don't end up in a deficit scenario. There's no basis, and the finance director has direct control over it, and that's the way it's supposed to be under the charter. This will never pass. We should not put the public through even a couple weeks of pretending like there's going to be any change in the tax rate when it's 100% certainty that it's not going to pass, and it's not going to be legal if we did pass it. Again, the projection's not changing, the rate's not changing. We don't have authority to change it in the face of what the revenue projection is. I'm going to vote no this evening and invite other people to join me.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. You had mentioned both Mr. Cooper and the finance director, Mr. Crumbo. Mr. Crumbo is on. He is on. We can get access to him tonight. Mr. Crumbo, do you wish to be recognized? Your name was called.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Henderson.
My substitute's before us, correct? So I didn't hear Councilman Mendez specifically, as part of his lengthy remarks, ask for Mr. Crumbo to speak. So may I describe my substitute a little bit more, and then I'm happy to invite Mr. Crumbo to speak in response. I have filed this for the purpose of having this conversation, so it's not my intent to thwart that, but I've not been able to fully describe the substitute yet. Please.
Sure. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I filed this substitute intending to file a bill, but Councilman Glover was in front of me. He's already in line, and so I thought rather than having kind of two competing conversations, I would file this as a substitute. I did that in the spirit of a conversation about kind of where we are responding to my constituents' concerns my constituents are still very, very frustrated and angry that we would elevate our taxes 34% in any 1 year. And so I have not made any promises to constituents that we would amend this levy, but I have consistently said that we put down this marker of August 15th. We would have more revenue projections by that time, and that we could have a public, clear, math, fact-based conversation about where we were based on, the U-shaped projections that Mr. Crumbo speaks to versus the Nike swoosh. So, we can't have this conversation unless there's a vehicle to effectuate it. My substitute proposes only a $46 million reduction in property tax revenue overall, which means that 95% of the revenue of the levy, as we voted for it, remains in place. 95% of it, only a $46 million reduction. We know from revenue realized, that we are $100 million to the good. And so additionally, as of August 15th, we will have June revenue. Very soon we'll also have state projections for July. And so while I recognize, obviously, in this moment that we must be very, very prudent, what I'm proposing is modest here, and to the same extent that we are invoking what a awful time this is, it is an awful time for individuals and property owners. And so I just think it's incumbent upon us to show our constituents in the city that we're having this conversation. I'm not doing it in a political, over-promising space. I genuinely think our citizens want to see us talk about this and talk about the numbers and why this is necessary. And if it is, so be it. I really just want to have a good public conversation about this, and that is the spirit in which I have filed it, and we will only have more revenue numbers between now and second reading on August 18th. So because this is a very modest levy reduction, just 5%, and it is a way for you to show your constituents that you care about having this conversation, I would ask that we advance this on first. And if we find with revenue projections on second and subsequent to additional information that is not prudent to do this at this time, I will absolutely withdraw this. It is not my intent to inflame or overpromise. I really, colleagues, am trying to be diligent and modest in this. And I would encourage us to show the citizens that we care about them, we hear them and their frustration, and that we advance this on first very prudently and humbly, and continue to listen and look at the math. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I am going to go to Director Crumbo. Mr. Crumbo, are you on the line? Mr. Crumbo, you're still muted. There you go.
Great. Vice Mayor, can you hear me now? I
can hear you.
Great. Thank you. So I guess I'll keep my comments here brief. The report that I filed yesterday, I'd like to note first, it's not due on the 15th. It's due, anytime before then. The 15th would be a week from Saturday, so sometime next week the report will be coming in. It speaks for itself. You can see the logic that I've laid out there. I don't anticipate any new information between now and then that's going to be persuasive. We're not expecting any more information from the state until around the 20th, perhaps later than that. It's a year-end close. Things typically, show up around the 20th of a month, but, it is a year-end close. It could be a little bit later than that. We just don't know yet. So I'm not going to comment any more than what I've put in the report for this moment. It's going to stand. I'm not going to change it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Crumbo. I've got people in the queue. Remember, we're on Councilmember Henderson's motion to approve a substitute to Councilmember Glover's original bill. This bill's on first reading. I'm going through the line. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Hi, thank you, Vice Mayor. I have really sort of struggled with this actually because, you know, I don't think anybody was super happy about having or the raising of taxes, and certainly not to the degree that it was. At the same time, we have a very, very short time period in which this could be changed. Sometime in the month of August, whether it's the 15th or the 30th, we can argue about that, but it's a very, very short time period with a lot of uncertainty about what's going to happen with the economy related to the virus. And we also have some additional expenses that have come up from the damage to the courthouse, to Core Civic not managing the jail any longer. There's just things that we're going to have to take care of. And to that point, we have an awesome responsibility to continue to maintain services for the residents in this city with regard to education, public safety, and essential services. And what my biggest fear, honestly, is because I know so many people are so upset about this, and I think that's been overwhelmingly evident, and I understand and agree, is to give anyone a sense of false hope that this is going to change. And I'm happy to continue a conversation about it and get into the weeds with the numbers if that's what everyone wants to do. But I just want everyone to have a realistic idea or knowledge that unless Finance Director Crumbo signs off on this, it wouldn't matter if all 40 of us voted in favor of this. It's just not going to go into effect. And so the chances of this happening are very, very slim to none. And so I just want to manage people's expectations, because I know that this is a hard time for everyone. People are very, very, very upset about it. And I just don't want to give any false hope. So that's my biggest concern with this legislation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Johnston. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I really appreciate the discussion up to this point. And I do, this is extremely challenging because as Councilmember Johnston said, I don't want to give anyone false hope. And we've played it so close to the line for recent years in Metro with regards to revenue and spending that getting it wrong could be very consequential for us. But for the viewing public, I did want, we're talking about numbers and what the impact of this would be. Just my quick napkin math here, the Glover reduction in the tax levy would amount to about $200 for a median household, and the Henderson reduction would amount to about $100 for the median household. And so I just want folks to understand in this conversation, as Councilmember Johnson said, that this is unlikely given the statements from our finance director, and also that those are the numbers that we're looking at here, is in the Glover reduction around $200 for the median household, and the Henderson is about $100. So I just want folks to understand both the risk and the potential payoff that we're discussing here. And thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Glover, you're recognized on Councilmember Henderson's amendment, because you haven't spoken on her substitute proposal at this point. All right. So, Councilmember Glover, you're recognized on Henderson's substitute.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, to say this is false hope, I disagree with that, because the hope was we would never ever go down the path we went down. We can pretend all we want to, but this is going to be damaging to a number of people in Nashville. And so, with Council Lady Henderson's substitute, I think that everything should be looked into right now. I plan on voting for her substitute tonight. Vice Mayor, I don't know, on either the substitute or on my bill, I would right now, make sure before we do any of those, I'd like a roll call vote, because I think to use the word false hope is dangerous wording as well, because even if it's $100, that's $100 that stays in the taxpayer's pocket, and it far exceeds us taking the money from them. So, I mean, it's already been said, we may not even know things until August 20th. Well, it still could be amended, on a third reading. So, I think for us to cut this conversation off is cheating the taxpayers. We'll see what people want to do, but as we go forward, I certainly would request that we do a roll call vote, because I think taxpayers deserve to see if we're going to actually work this thing through and try and work with the finance department to determine, is there any light at the end of that tunnel for the taxpayers? Because believe it or not, they are the ones who are picking up the tab here. And so therefore, I would just ask that, and like I said, I'm going to support Council Lady Henderson's substitute tonight. And I'm certain that as we go forward, we'll have a robust conversation. And I would like for us to make sure that we do our due diligence and take care of the people who elected us to put us here before we just take the money out of their pockets. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Glover. And when we get to that, the vote, then we'll deal with the roll call. The next person in line, I believe, was Councilmember Young. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'm kind of quite distraught that this was pulled on first reading, just from a standpoint of the process of how this council works, and it's kind of ridiculous that we're even having a conversation about a bill on first reading and wasting everyone's time. But anyhow, I would ask that, my colleagues just consider the fact that we were sold a bill of goods in the budget that said we would have this consideration later before the tax bills went out to see if there was anything we could do to help the property owners in this county. I hate to imply that maybe the administration has been a little disingenuous. I'm sure that wasn't their intent. And that's why I think it's important that this bill advances to really give the administration an opportunity to actually have to sell their bill of goods and defend it to the public. For some reason, I feel like they've really struggled and been very tone deaf lately, as we have seen some revenues coming in higher than were projected, and yet the inability to have a decent conversation of even an adjustment of a few cents. And that's why I'm very strongly in support of Councilmember Henderson's substitute, because it's not doing anything drastic except showing that we as a body recognize that small business owners and residents are struggling, and to allude to what my colleague Mr. Parker was mentioning, that this, on an average home, this might only amount to $100 a year, but I will tell you that to those that are struggling right now, that is a significant amount of money, especially when I think of the elderly folks in my district on Social Security that do not get to go come up with extra money when they have these increases. All I'm asking is that we do pass this on first reading so that this can get to second reading, to continue having a meaningful conversation with the administration. I think that unfortunately at this point that has not happened, and I understand the administration. They've been very busy and distracted with COVID and everything going on, and I, as someone who I believe that it's no secret has tended to be an ally of this mayor, I do want to extend the olive branch and really press them and give them the opportunity to not come off as so tone deaf and extend some sort of grace. And so with that, I would urge folks to support Councilmember Henderson's substitute. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Young. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. It's a tough one for me, as is it with everybody, because I'm one of those people that kept hounding on the fact, or pounding the fact that we raised the tax, but we're going to look at it in August. And I was so looking forward to the numbers coming in and the opportunity for us to be able to bring it down. And when the first set of numbers did come in, I thought, yeah, here we go. We'll be able to do that now. Mr. Cooper, if I understand correctly, if we do pass this, I think what Chair Mendes was saying is that it would not be upheld. Is that correct?
That's correct, and unless the finance director's revenue estimate did change, then the council by charter could not enact this ordinance. And if it did enact the ordinance, then likely the comptroller would step in at that point and say, you don't have a balanced budget anymore. So yes, by charter, only the finance director can set the revenue estimates.
And it's my understanding that the finance director will not be changing the numbers. That is correct.
That's what he has said tonight and yesterday, correct.
So I support the substitute and the original bill for the intent and what it's supposed to do, because that's what I would like to see happen. But I'm worried that it might be an effort that is futile because our hands are tied because we do not have the power to be able to do it. I would love for the finance director to be able to bring it down, but I also understand that he's looking at a whole lot of things, and so that's where my frustration is, that those numbers may not be coming down. I'm also frustrated, in all honesty. I want to use it as an opportunity to also talk to us, too, as citizens. I think that the reason why the numbers are not coming down, part of it is because COVID is going up. And I think when we choose not to put on our face mask, when we choose to be partying together, when we choose not to follow the rules, the consequences is that we see numbers going up, and it makes it difficult to predict something that will lower those numbers. So it's a catch-22, and we have to make sure we take care of both parts. So I don't know. I guess I'm just rambling on. I'm still opening up an hope that those numbers will go down. Hopefully COVID goes down and the director gets a better place where he can bring it down and people do what they need to do. And so I hope the conversation will continue also, but I hope that it's a way where we can do something. So after saying all of that, I'm conflicted. I want to support this so badly because it's what I would like to do, but I also know that as it is right now, we really don't have the power to do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hurt.
Call the question, please.
Previous question has been called. All right, so we're on the previous question. Remember, this is just the previous question. The motion before us is a motion to approve Councilmember Henderson's substitute. But we're just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Opposed, no?
No.
All right. Previous question prevails. We are on Councilmember Henderson's her motion to approve a substitute to Bill BL 2020-389. That's what we're voting on. Now, before I get there, Councilmember Glover has asked for a roll call vote. Pursuant to the rules, I need to see 3 hands. Do I have 3 hands? I see 1, and I've got 2, and I believe there's a. I'm just looking. I believe there's a third one. Yeah, there's a third one. I see it. Okay. So this will be a roll call vote. This is, we are voting on Councilmember Henderson's motion to approve a substitute to BL 2020-389. Everybody got it? So if you're in favor of Councilmember Henderson's substitute, which would replace Councilmember Glover's original bill, we'd be on the bill as substituted, then you vote yes. If you are against the substitute, you would vote no. All right, so we're on the substitute. Everybody clear? Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Mendez.
No.
Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
Yes.
Hall.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Toombs. No. Gamble.
No.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Withers. No. Benedict.
Councilmember Benedict? You're muted. Councilmember Benedict. Councilmember? Okay, Madam Clerk, go on and we'll come back to Councilmember Benedict.
Van Reese.
Yes.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Hager.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
Yes.
Roten.
Yes.
Syracuse. No. Welsh.
No.
Sledge.
Yes.
Cash.
Yes.
O'Connell.
Yes.
Roberts.
Yes.
Taylor.
Yes.
Hauser.
Yes.
Druffel.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Yes. Pulley.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Nash.
No.
Vercher.
Yes.
Porterfield.
Yes.
Sepulveda.
Yes.
Rutherford. Yes. Stiles.
Yes.
Lee.
Yes.
Henderson.
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
Benedict.
Sorry about that. I had a problem. No.
So the vote was 32 for, 8 against. Councilmember Henderson's substitute passes. So we are now on BL 2020-389 as substituted. So I'm going to go back now to Councilmember Glover. So it's BL 2020-389 as substituted. You're back on your bill as substituted. Councilmember Glover.
Move. Yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move the bill as substituted. And again, I will request a roll call vote on this.
All right. So Councilmember Glover has moved BL 2020-389 as substituted. I'll go back. So hold on just a second. So I've got Councilmember Vercher. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. And excuse me if I'm out of order. This is one of the challenges with pulling something off of intro. We don't have no official analysis, although we received that communication from the Director of Finance. That information, I don't know if they've put that on the website yet so that it is a public record. I know the chair shared some of it on his social media, but this body, we always tout transparency. So here we are voting on something that's very emotional for the citizens that have elected us, and it hasn't gone through the appropriate process. That's all I wanted to say, Vice Mayor. I mean, really, at this point, we have the information what we have from Director John Cooper. We have some numbers from the Director of Finance. So I guess tonight, as a body, we'll be voting on not complete information at this juncture. So thank you so much, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor. Respectfully to a couple of the folks that have talked, people are entitled to their own opinions, but they're not entitled to their own facts. If anybody wants to go back and look at the video from anything related to the budget, they'll find that every single time I talked about this, I said, if there's a change in the revenue projection, then we'll discuss X, Y, and Z. That's what I said religiously every time. That's the way the ordinance is written. There's no false bill of goods here. It was always triggered on getting the revenue projection update, which we have, which has not changed. There's no, adding on to Councilmember Virtue's comments, this is emotional for some people, and that's the reason why I pulled it, because it does create an absolute false sense that there's any hope of the tax rate changing, and it's not changing because the revenue projection isn't changing. That's a matter of charter. Anybody who wants to ask Bob Cooper, whoever's here from legal, our council director, it's locked in that it is not changing. This legislation will never go in effect, and all we're doing is fooling around with the heartstrings of people who would hope for a different answer. And finally, I would note that all the folks who feel most strongly about this are the folks who had alternative budgets that didn't make it through. And this is just part two of taking another shot. There's a reason why the proposed cuts happen to match almost exactly what the proposed budgets were. And this isn't the process we agreed to. The process that was described in all the hearings, check out the video, and in the ordinance is if the revenue projection changed, it's not. This will never, ever go in effect, and all we're doing is fooling around with the public's sensibilities here. And I'm sure the finance director would be happy to sit down with anybody, have another meeting to describe in detail why he's not changing it, but he's been clear and unequivocal in his report yesterday and today. He's not changing it. And we're just a few days away from the deadline we gave him. He's told us tonight, and in the report, there's no information that he's expecting to get by the 15th that would change his opinion. So again, I just think that we should put this out of its misery, even though it's extraordinary on first reading. A bill like this has never been submitted to the Metro Council in such a way that is not consistent with the charter. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Mendez. I've got Councilmember Nash. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. There's been a lot made out of the fact that there was $100 million more revenue than we expected, or we didn't lose as much. And I think it's just highly inappropriate, highly unwise to count on that one quarter and change any projections based upon the one quarter when the federal government pumped all kinds of money in here to increase sales tax and like, and that is not promised for the next quarter. We're still closed down with COVID. And I would just, we don't need to go down this road. We have a budget, and unless there really is some substantial change that we can count on, we'd be irresponsible to redo our budget.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So tagging on to Budget Chair Mendez's suggestion that we report proper facts, I would like to report that was 1988 by 22.7%, 26% in GSD, and then 1985 by 23.7%, 26.8 in the GSD. But in the 2000s, it was small. It was 2.9, 8, and 2.4 were the three increases in the USD, and then the decrease of 11.9 in 2009, then the increase of 12.8, then the decrease of 3, and then the mistake, 2017, the decrease of 30%. So that was a flat rate across the board, and that was our biggest mistake. We know this because we're tying things together to try to make our budget match. Because of federal government funding, this is the first year we've been able to buy curriculum for every single student in Metro Nashville Public Schools in the last 4 years. And that's a shame, and it's our mistake. And we were underpaying. And believe me, like, I'm a Davidson follower, I'm debt-free. I want our city to be debt-free, but we need to manage our finances carefully and properly to do that. We don't need to do it on the backs of the citizens, but we can't have it both ways. Like, everyone's out of work, everyone's broke. I lost my job in the pandemic. I did. I still have this lucrative council job, but, it happens. And so we're saying, everyone is hurting, but then on the other side, we're saying business is booming, the money's everywhere. So we can't take it both ways. We really need to consider this is a volatile situation. And like Councilmember Nash said, maybe we'll have $100 million at the end of the year, but we're $300 million below our reserves. So maybe we need to put it in our reserves so that we're not teetering on the edge of the cliff when something like this happens again. We need to continue with this plan from the comptroller of refilling our reserves and paying off 15% of our debt every year, not just this year to get them off our back, but every year, so that we can live like no one else because we don't have this debt on our back. And I feel very strongly about that, and I know that the state feels very strongly about this. So I believe that even if all 40 of us voted for this and managed to convince Finance Director Crumby to change his mind, and then we adopted this change, I feel certain the state comptroller would then declare, as Budget Chair Mendez presented, that we have an unbalanced budget, and then our taxes would go up to 7.25 cents. They can get rid of our problem quicker. So I just urge us to not tease our constituents unless we really think that this is something that we can handle and that we can do, and to make sure that it would be allowed in the charter. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just needed a bit of clarification. If this were to pass, and we're saying that this goes against the charter and goes against our process, if this were to pass, what would happen if it goes against the charter? What would the result be?
Mr. Cooper.
Well, I think one of two things would happen. First would be, since the comptroller has already indicated that he will intervene if he determines the budget to not be structurally balanced, that he would make a determination that the budget wasn't balanced and then would take further action to essentially take control of Metro finances to the extent permitted under state law. Another option could be, and this would be up to the Department of Law, but if they believe that the council acted in violation of the charter, then they could seek some kind of declaratory judgment from the court declaring the action to be void.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been said once, but I just need it to be stated again because I think it's a key point. Mr. Crumbo had spoken to the council a couple weeks ago and told us that the expected $200 million shortfall in sales tax had actually only ended up being $100 million, which we were hoping meant good news. But he also warned specifically at that time that it was based on a whole lot of federal support that we knew wouldn't be forthcoming. If I could just ask him to articulate one more time how he's projected that onto this fiscal year, and mean, how he's, I guess, just done the math and said, based on knowing that we're not going to have the federal money to prop us up, I think that $100 million that we actually got that we didn't expect it is going to be missing here. And if he could just talk through that, because right now it feels like we've heard somebody say there's an extra $100 million that we didn't plan on, and it's tempting to think that therefore we can adjust downward for that amount. And I just want to hear him explain why that's not a good idea as well.
Mr. Crumbo, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay. The host was muting me. Yeah, so thank you, Council Lady, for your question. I've attached to the report that I filed yesterday a transcript from the week before, and if you recall, that transcript even included the same comments I made the day before that at the Budget and Finance meeting. So for those of you that have dialed into all of those, this will be a bit of a repeat, but the answer to your question really begins in late March, early April, when I think most every financial person, economist, or whatnot was expecting the so-called V curve of the economy overall, meaning that the pandemic was upon us, anticipating a few months of a pretty steep downward trend, and then a climb out of that, not so steep, but rather kind of a steady climb out. So we modeled our sales tax projections, and I'm going to use that loosely since that's a term that's here, but what we really mean is our activity taxes overall, the ones that would be impacted by that kind of slowdown. And we conferred with UT, the state, a lot of our own research, and a lot of things are laid out in the audit report that Councilman Mendez mentioned. And what that was really telling us is that we could expect losses somewhere in the neighborhood of about $200 million. And when we say losses, what we're really saying is that that would be about $200 million less than what was budgeted for the last fiscal year. And so we had the good fortune that during that 3-month period or so, April, May, June, things didn't turn out quite so badly. At this point, that's not to be in large part for what Council Lady mentioned here, and that is some federal relief packages coming from Congress. So this is the PPP plan, the business loans, some of the other support, as well as just what we call contractual items, meaning mortgage lenders giving some holidays from payments, rents, and so forth. And all in, we just didn't see that downward slide here on those particular COVID-impacted activities. But looking around the back of that, I think what we can see now is that as an economy, economists were right. We just recorded the worst quarter of GDP in decades, and a lot of decades at that. So those were not wrong assumptions. We're fortunate that things didn't turn out quite so badly here, but regrettably, we're not starting to see the recovery either. And I laid a lot of that out in the report, and I'll spare all of you at this late hour a repeat of that. So what we have at this moment is some good fortune from the last year. We've got a bump up in our fund balances and cash here at the beginning, but we're not expecting any big climb out here either. So we've baked in roughly a 10% climb in the first place. I'm a little nervous about that as I look at the economic reports and say things may not be even quite that rosy, and it really brings to life what some of the other council members were mentioning is that we've got some good fortune now, but our expenses can turn out to be a lot greater later in the year as well. And what are those? We could see an extension of Metro support for all things COVID and having to do a lot of the things now with our first responders and elsewhere in the Metro government to support the public. Those could go on a long time. We're seeing some other extension of expenses that we try and recover from storms and social unrest and whatnot. So here we are. We're just, a number of weeks now after having passed that budget. I'm not seeing any good economic news on the horizon. I'm not expecting the revenues we project from the state to be materially different when they actually arrive somewhere around the 20th. And so I've tried to do the public a good turn here, but it's recognizing this report that we're looking at here for the 15th, just, a matter of days away. So let's go ahead and and get that in your hands. Let's let you think about that. I'm delighted to engage in more conversation, some of you individually. I've been asked by the mayors, I think with a lot of support from the vice mayor here, to actually make a video getting into some details to how we do revenue forecasting overall, more specifically some of the things we're looking at for this period, we'll continue to look at, and then I think I'll probably go ahead and cascade that into what the expense side can look like as we go out for the remainder of the year. So as you'll see in my report there, I just think it would be irresponsible at this moment to know that everything I just said is true at this early stage to adjust our revenue forecast, but rather let's be encouraged by what happened last quarter. Let's continue to plan for the worst, but hope for the very, very best, and let's be good fiscal managers of what we have. The last thought I'll leave you with here is that I think that those that don't get deeply involved in a budget like this would tend to think that, once we pass the budget, all of a sudden we actually had those fund balances and those cash balances. That's not true. We really would not see those things until the winter time. And I've laid that out in my report the last two times that I won't harp on it here. So our good fortune here in the last quarter is, giving us a bump here and giving us an advance on that, which is terrific. And again, I'm not going to change the report. I'm quite entrenched on where we are at this moment and really want to turn my attention here to focus on managing the budget in the way that it was passed. So I'll stop there. I know that's a lot to absorb. And Councilor, I hope that was responsive to your question.
Thank you. No, that was exactly what I wanted everyone to hear. Thank you for laying it out in that detail.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Henderson, you're recognized.
Am I unmuted? Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Crumbo, I think as Councilman Mendez alluded to, you have a large amount of power in the Metro Charter, and I would say, as I said to you when we spoke for an hour about 2 weeks ago, to he who much power is given, much is expected, and so I appreciate this 11-page report. But it is, as are your remarks, still in a more general space. I believe it was I who suggested to you in that call 2 weeks ago to do a video to put more clarity for the community so that we as council members are not, 40 individuals having to explain these financial matters in detail to our constituents in response to their concerns. On August 14th, colleagues, we will have June revenues, actual, okay? On August 20th, Mr. Crumbo told us that's good to know because I had Austin Kyle in our office has already mapped our state projections versus actuals over the last year and when those come in and what those look like. We'll have that on August 20th. Okay, so we still have two key reporting revenue values that have yet to be realized. So for the finance director and Councilman Mendez to say, that's it, it's done, all in, and Councilman Mendez tweeted the same when Mr. Crumbo put out this report. This is first reading, colleagues. These are really extraordinary times. Our charter's been in place since 1963. It did not conceive of this. But what we do have is the tax levy is a separate ordinance, okay? And once we pass a budget, and the budget and the levy appropriately travel together and are linked, but subsequent to that time, in these extraordinary times, projections and otherwise, we're going to have, almost another 2 full months, 3 of revenue subsequent to the passage of that budget. And so, again, first reading, a modest reduction. So, Director of Finance says he is entrenched. The chair of our Budget and Finance Committee says that this is not happening. But what I would say is we have 2 weeks, colleagues, to impress upon them what we're hearing from our constituents, encourage them to continue to reconsider and do the math. And, what is the harm if we are very modest and humble with our constituents? We do not overpromise, and we say we want to look at these numbers when they come in on the 14th and the 20th. So to the same extent that you all kindly supported the modest substitute, I would ask you to support this on first as well. I would like to have a roll call because I would like First Citizens to see those among us who care enough to give 2 more weeks to see if there's anything that we can do on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Councilmember Young has called the previous question. We are on the previous question, so let me tell everybody where they are. The motion is to approve BL 2020-389 as substituted on first reading. All we're doing now is voting on the previous question to get to that vote. So it's just the previous question. If you're ready, just voting on whether you're ready to vote yet or not. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no?
No.
Okay. So the previous question prevails. We are on BL 2020-389 as substituted. The motion is to approve. Councilmember Glover has called for a roll call vote, and assume the same hands are going to be up. So we're going to do it by roll call. Again, you are voting on BL 2020-389 as substituted for passage on first reading. Okay? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mendez.
No.
Hurt.
Here.
Allen.
No.
Glover.
Yes.
Swara.
No.
Hall.
Yes.
Toombs. No. Gamble.
No.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker.
No.
Withers. No. Benedict.
No.
Van Rees.
No.
Hancock.
No.
Young.
Yes.
Hager.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
No.
Roten.
Yes.
Syracuse. No. Welsh.
This is illegal, so no.
Sledge.
Yes.
Cash.
No.
O'Connell.
No.
Roberts.
No.
Taylor.
No.
Hauser.
No.
Druffel.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Yes. Pulley.
No.
Johnston.
Yes.
Nash.
No.
Vercher.
Yes.
Porterfield.
No.
Sepulveda.
No.
Rutherford. Yes. Stiles.
No.
Lee.
No.
Henderson.
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Abstain.
Madam Clerk, can you clarify Councilmember Pulley's vote?
Councilmember Pulley, I have you voting no. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. The vote is 15 yeses, 24 noes, 1 abstention. 15 to 24 to 1. The bill fails on first reading. Okay. So we proceed ahead to bills on second reading, and Pro Tem Syracuse is going to take over. Get your own pen. Yeah. Okay.
All right, we are on bills on second reading. First up is BL 2020-300, Councilmembers Benedict, Bradford, and others. Amends the Metro Code to restrict construction noise between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. Councilmember Benedict.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Committee report.
Over to Codes Fair and Farmers Market. Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. At the suggestion of the sponsor, the committee voted 8 in favor, 0 against, as amended, to be deferred to the first meeting in November.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Benedict, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pro Tem. I'd like to move the amendment and then eventually the bill with a brief commentary, if I may. So I move the amendment, please.
All right, it is a motion. It is properly seconded on the amendment. Back to you.
Thank you. So the amendment that I filed with this actually changes some of the hours. So we want to make sure that people are safe as we change these hours. Currently, they're 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. in the city of Nashville. In Memphis, they're 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., 8 to 4 on Saturdays. Knoxville is 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Chattanooga is 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Franklin is 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And so this really is going to get us in line with other municipalities. Charlotte and Atlanta have similar hours as what I'm looking to do with this bill. However, I think right now with what we have, sorry, let me back up. So I'm speaking on the amendment. The amendment changes the hours to, it amends those hours to 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. on days that are over 90 degrees. I think worker safety is important. And so therefore I've amended those hours on the days that it's forecasted to be above 90 degrees. So therefore I move that amendment. Sorry, I've already moved it. As for the council's.
Okay, we got a motion and a second on the amendment. Council members, if you can check to make sure that your hands are down in the WebEx if it's left over from before. So what I'm looking for here is to see if anybody wanted to speak on the amendment. And I do see some hands. I'm going to call them out unless they're from before. Councilmember Henderson, is this on the amendment? I have a feeling some people took a break. Councilmember Vercher, was this from before? Councilmember Murphy, Councilmember Roden, Councilmember Glover.
Yes, my hand was raised.
Okay, the floor is yours. On the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment. I thought I had the amendment packet with me and printed out, and what I had read in the amendment packet, my memory is clearly failing me. So am I understanding it right that the code would be the determination of what hours you could work is based on the temperature forecasted for that day? I guess that would be a question to Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
That's correct. That's what the amendment would do.
And I was trying to listen to the sponsor. She rattled off a number of cities and their hours. Were any of those cities, they also determine hours based on the weather?
I would defer to the sponsor on that. I'm not aware of that.
And then, Mr. Cooper, I know our current code deals with the construction noise admitted. So basically, somebody painting a house at 12 at night is not in violation of our current code. I'm wondering how that plays into effect with, if it's a very hot day, but they're doing a bathroom remodel on the inside, and noise is being admitted. Can you tell me how that's going to be played out and how code's going to determine that? Also, we have, a couple different weather stations, and we all know that Nashville's weather changes at a drop of a hat. I'm a little confused on how we're going to document and how we're going to how is it enforceable? Who is the official weather forecaster for the city of Nashville?
There is no official weather forecaster for the city. The bill would extend the hours when you could exceed the 70 decibels if the temperature was forecasted to be above 90 degrees on that particular day. So that, I guess codes would use its best judgment as to what source to look at, National Weather Service or whatever. But the noise restrictions are not changing. It's just the hours and when they kick in.
Okay, I guess I clearly had a different interpretation of what I had read and where I thought this legislation was going, and I apologize that I didn't catch it in committee. But given the fact that, just for example, our schools close at the drop of a hat because Jolton frequently has very different weather than we have here in West Nashville, I would like a lot more comparison among other cities and input from the construction industry and hearing what labor unions representing construction workers have to say before I felt comfortable moving forward with something that I thought was going to be very neighborhood friendly and easy to enforce. But now I'm seeing a lot of red flags that I'm concerned about.
Thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Vercher, was your hand up about speaking on the amendment? Councilmember Young, you're recognized.
Thank you. When it comes to the weather, Bill Hall will always be my weatherman.
Thank you for that commentary. Councilmember Murphy, did you have anything else? All right.
I'm sorry. I was also going to say that something about Snowbird, but
that's okay.
They'll beat me to it.
All right. Seeing nobody else in the queue, we are on the proposed amendment for BL 2020-300. It is a motion and a proper second. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against on the amendment? Or abstentions? Hearing none, amendment passes. Councilmember Benedict, you are on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So I'd like to move the bill as amended to defer it to the first meeting in November.
That is a proper motion. It is properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral to the first meeting in November? Seeing none, hearing none. All in favor of the bill as amended, deferred to the first meeting in November, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Motion passes for deferral to first meeting in November. Thank you, Councilmember Benedict. On to BL 2020-335. Councilmembers Pulley and Stiles. Amends the Metro Code to make a violation of a mayoral executive order during a civil emergency a Class C misdemeanor. Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee reports are already in, so I would move approval on second reading with a very brief explanation.
There's a motion. It is properly seconded. Back to you, Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, just by way of reminder to everyone, that this is emanated out of Metro Legal discovering that during our civil unrest in late May, when the mayor declared a curfew, the Metro Legal Director discovered that we lacked the ability to enforce that. So for that instance, we had to rely upon the governor to declare a parallel curfew, empowering us under the governor's order, which effectively served as a one-time remedy to this issue. So what this bill proposes is to put in place what the mayor's office thought they had, which is this curfew being enforceable with a Class C misdemeanor, which is the lowest misdemeanor possible, the lowest level, which carries with it a $50 fine and no more than 30 days in jail. However, the judges would tell you that is very rarely applied. So the intent of this is just to cure a gap in the current code. You also may remember Councilmember Rosenberg submitted amendments to this, which basically tightened up the language and put a sunset on it. So that's a reminder of what this is all about. If you have any questions, I'm sure Mr. Jameson, Mr. Cooper will be able to answer them. But with that, I'd move for approval on second reading.
Thanks, Councilmember Pulley. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm not going to be able to support this. I was not able to follow up with the attorney on staff or with the administrative attorney, but I spoke with a judge. And part of what I'm worried about with this bill is that once we put it on record and it's part of the rule, there's so many instances where innocent people could get charged with this. People could be traveling and get caught up. I know that we talk about people going to their job. I know Mr. Jameson told me that there'll be provision for people going to their job. But what if they did not have that? It's something on them to say this is where they go. I don't know. I just feel it's just so wide. And in this day and age, I don't think we should be putting things in the book that will make it easy for people to have more record on them. Somebody sent us an email about traveling during the curfew or coming back from a travel, and they would have been caught in that curfew. What happened in that instance? And the judge that I spoke to told me that even though this is a Class C, if it's on your record, by the time you come back before a judge again, it will be used against you again. I think that we have so much going on in this country. I think there's just too many people in our jails, and I just think that adding something on the book, even if this administration intends to use it well, what happens in the future? Are we starting a precedent for every executive order to now be something that will lead to jail time? I just don't feel comfortable, and I'm asking everyone to please not do this in this climate. There's just too many people in jail and to have to go to jail for this when people can be arrested by accident, where people can be caught in this, when there's no clear court, people that are in violation that can be distinguished from people that were just going their way. I just think it's just too loose for me, and I'm asking everyone to please vote again.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. I just have a quick question, and this may be directed to Mr. Cooper or Mr. Jameson. So my question is just basically, this bill is making this a Class C, but I've noticed over the last few weeks other counties, I believe like Williamson County, for example, is a Class A, and I believe there's another county near us as a Class B. So who has the jurisdiction to set the different classes, and how did the mayor's office and Metro Legal settle on Class C?
The state law actually provides that violation of orders issued by a mayor during a civil emergency is a Class C misdemeanor if the local legislative body has made that determination by ordinance. I am not aware of any other authority that would allow a county to prosecute as a Class A misdemeanor for violation of a civil emergency order. There would have to be some other criminal violation that they're being charged under.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bradford. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate I've worked with the administration and Metro Legal to get a little bit more context on this, looking at sort of the history of civil emergencies and curfews in Metro, and fortunately, and kind of some cause for optimism about the future as well, they are relatively rare, and the categories that give rise to a civil emergency are rare. The categories, the scenarios that would give rise to curfew seem to be even more rare. And I guess I understand very clearly the instinct to look at this and say, wait, we just made this discovery. We thought this was already intact. It's not, in terms of sort of legal closure. I guess I'm still unpersuaded that, the existence of a curfew itself needs to create a new criminal penalty. I think it's worth asking whether issuance of a new criminal penalty is actually implementation of good public policy. And as of this evening, I'm not persuaded of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. Councilmember Hager?
I've been practicing law 35 years. Never had anybody go to jail on a Class C misdemeanor. And normally with these type of places, they issue a citation anyway. So as others have said, these are rare circumstances, and somebody gets caught up in this, they're just going to get more than likely a citation, and kind of a wake-up call. But Class C misdemeanors, had never had anybody go to jail on those. And on top of that, I guarantee you Sheriff Hall right now doesn't need anybody else in jail on this type of crime or situation. Most of the time, the DAs work it out where you can keep it off their record. But the Class C misdemeanors, same thing as reckless driving, things of that nature. So it's really not that big a deal, and I can understand they're wanting something that they can have some teeth in this if it's needed. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hager. Councilmember Parker?
Thank you, Pro Tem. So I had a couple of questions for, I guess, Director Cooper. This notion that no one would go to jail on this, I feel like a given situation might lead to that not being the case, depending on the climate and the context. And if you're just citing people, if nobody's going to go to jail on this, then why wouldn't it just be some kind of civil infraction? And then my second question is, does a curfew affect motorists? So is a person allowed to use a motor vehicle to get from point A to point B? And then also, is a cyclist allowed to use a bicycle to get from point A to point B during a curfew?
Well, I'll answer the second question first. It would depend on the scope of the curfew. Usually the curfew orders will specify what activity is and is not allowed. So if it was just a flat, everyone must be in by 10 o'clock, then if you were in a vehicle or on a bicycle, then you would be in violation. It's a case-by-case situation, or it depends on the civil emergency and what the mayor deems warranted. And then as to the civil versus criminal. It's my understanding from Metro Legal that if someone is found in violation, they can just be issued a civil citation, or they can be prosecuted by the DA as a Class C misdemeanor. And then it would ultimately be up to the judge or a jury, if you can have a jury trial in civil misdemeanors, Class C misdemeanors, as to what the punishment would be. So, I can't really say whether certainly it is possible under state law for someone to have up to 30 days in jail for violation or a conviction of a Class C misdemeanor.
Okay, thank you. And I guess too, heading into I don't know if it was the second curfew night or which night, but before the curfew went into effect, I took a bike ride around downtown. The landscape was like, and one of the things that I noticed, there wasn't much unrest or anything of that nature, but there were a lot of unhoused people in the streets, and I don't know if a person can have a home, what are they supposed to do in a situation where a curfew is in it?
Was that a follow-up question for Mr. Cooper, or just a commentary, or Councilmember Parker? Was that just a commentary, I guess? Or?
Well, we could leave it as a commentary, but the question is, I just think we're getting into a selective enforcement question here that I'm not super comfortable with.
I think it would be like the enforcement of any law. There would be some discretion, officer discretion, depending on the situation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. These curfews and emergency declarations are very rare. But take the courthouse riot, for example, and the rioting that was going on down on Broadway. That's when the curfew came into effect. And you put our police officers in a terrible situation if you're going to ask them to enforce a curfew, but they have no power to enforce it. So I would ask that you consider passing this bill. Secondly, and to Councilmember Parker's issue, I think that demonstrates that the police officers during that time were using their discretion. If it's the homeless guy down here, kind of in the same place he's always been, we're not going to rouse him. But if we see somebody that's, breaking out windows or acting out in the middle of the street, yeah, we're going to go ahead and enforce. That's just police work. That's good police work, where you use some good judgment. I ask that you pass this bill.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I have to take issue with Councilmember Nash's, what's the word? I don't know. I don't feel like there were riots downtown in Nashville, despite what the discussion about what happened there was. I don't think there were riots downtown. I think there were people who were acting out of basic and felt needs to be heard. I don't think that they were riots. I feel like creating a new Class C misdemeanor in this time right now is not the right thing to do. We are nationally in a very fascistic society, and those new classifications to criminalize what is speech and things that are protected under our Constitution have been running out of control. And I know that we can say that by, a civil order by the mayor, whatever, should not be considered in that same vein. But in fact, it is, and I believe that we have been taking liberties with that nationally, and I don't think that creating a new punitive legal measure to try to control people's behavior is the right thing to do right now. I just feel like it's taking things too far, and I believe that most people are on the side of good and the side of right, and when those recommendations come down from the mayor or whomever, people are willing to stand up to those, except when they push against the level of you might be using that as a weapon against us. I don't think that people are inherently bad and trying to not do things that benefit society as a whole. And so we need to make sure that when those tools that we are giving a mayor or whomever are potentially going to be used against people exercising their rights as citizens in a free society, I just don't think that creating a new criminal offense, even if it's only, as you said, a Class C misdemeanor, is the right way to go. So I have to respectfully not support this legislation.
Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I have a question of clarification that maybe Dr. Cooper can answer. It sounds like this bill or this ordinance would be the same as for disorderly conduct. What happens now if someone violates an order, a mayoral order during a civil emergency now? Are they arrested and then let go because there's no current charge? I mean, could they be charged with disorderly conduct, which is also a Class C misdemeanor? I guess my question is is there anything, what happens now if someone is in violation of a mayoral order during a civil emergency? Are they arrested and then let go, or what happens?
Well, if in the officer's discretion, the officer determined that they did commit a crime of disorderly conduct, then they could be arrested regardless of the civil emergency order or any curfew order. So they could be prosecuted under that. That's a separate criminal law. Just for violating the curfew, without this ordinance, it would only be a civil violation if that was the only infraction committed. But with this ordinance, it potentially could be a Class C misdemeanor.
Okay, so there is a civil civil infraction that would be held if they're in violation currently today.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And in addition to that, if we didn't have this ordinance in place, then a person could be arrested for disorderly conduct, which is also a Class misdemeanor. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of the classification. I don't know my criminal statutes, but if the officer determined that there was another criminal violation of any kind, then they could be arrested for that.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Glover, I saw you next. You're recognized.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Let's be very clear. Some people don't think it was a riot downtown. There was a fire started in the courthouse. There was a fire started on Broadway. I don't know. I've been around here for quite a long time. I've never seen that happen before, so I don't know exactly how you define it outside of that. I don't like some of the stuff that's happening either, as far as the damages that are being incurred by businesses here in Nashville. But we certainly don't need to encourage the type of activities that occurred that night, because in doing so, we literally are just opening the door and saying, do whatever you want. So if this is the one thing that we feel like is going to be successful in helping, it isn't going to hurt to put it in there. But to say there were no riots, there was a riot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I just wanted to see if we could give someone from the administration an opportunity to speak about this. Is Mr. Jameson available to speak?
I'm here, Chair.
Mr. Jameson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr.
Councilmember Johnson, did you have a question for Mr. Jameson?
No, I don't have a question. I just this has a lot to do with the mayor's office, obviously, with the executive orders that would come out during a period of civil unrest, and so I feel like it's a good opportunity to hear from the administration and their perspective on it. So I just wanted to give him an opportunity to speak if I could.
Thank you, Councilor Johnson. This actually was submitted to us and presented by our legal director, Bob Cooper. It was not specifically requested by the mayor, and when, as I think Councilman Pulley noted, it was a code oversight that came to light during the events of May. He also advised that every single peer city in Tennessee that has a curfew ordinance, it is declared as a misdemeanor. And perhaps because we've had a relatively peaceful existence, it had just not been a matter we had codified yet in terms of a penalty. Listening to the council members' very good points this evening, we certainly understand the sensitivity of the particular period and the recent events that we've all been through over the past several months. Interestingly, the emphasis here on a curfew is not typically on civil unrest issues, but more towards natural disasters. And that's what our civil emergency program more leans toward, post-tornado, post-flood, post-man-made disasters. And there are instances, fortunately very rarely, but where you do need to convincingly get people off the street in an effective way. When floodwaters are still there and electrical wires are down, unfortunately, there are foolhardy people that just won't leave unless there's some sort of deterrent. But for purposes of reassuring council, these Class C misdemeanors would only apply to executive orders only issued during civil emergencies, and thanks to a friendly amendment from Council Rosenberg, only to executive orders related to that civil emergency. And additionally, should the council find in the application of this that there are any problems, although I think if you will check with all of our peer cities, you will see that. If you will check with our General Sessions Court, you will see that there is no enforcement excess. It does have a sunset period for the council to decide whether or not to reenact this. It is the lowest possible offense that's allowed under the criminal code. This is equivalent to what we apply to seatbelt violations. And I do want to assure council this is in no way a power grab by either the administration or the police department, which incidentally issued not a single curfew citation during the events of May. And so for that reasons, we are asking the council's assistance in fixing this hole in the code and giving us what other cities have.
Councilmember Johnson, is that you good?
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Young?
Previous question.
Previous question has been called, so we are just voting to end debate and go back to the bill. All in favor of the previous question, say aye.
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 Against previous question?
No.
No. No. No.
Previous question prevails. We are on the bill as amended. Councilmember, back to you. Councilmember Pulley. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councilmember. The previous question's been called. It has been motioned and properly seconded.
And it is a roll call because we have a no vote.
There is going to be a roll call vote. So, Madam Clerk, will you please do us the honor of opening the machines?
Mendez.
Yes.
Hurt.
Yes.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Yes.
Suara.
No.
Hall.
Yes.
Please repeat.
He said yes.
Yes.
Marking you as yes. Toombs. Yes. Gamble.
Yes.
Swope.
Yes.
Parker.
No.
Withers. Yes. Benedict.
No.
Van Rees.
Yes.
Hancock.
Yes.
Young.
That was yes.
Councilman Young.
Yes.
Please repeat.
Yes.
Yes. Hager.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Bradford.
Yes.
Roten.
Yes.
Yes.
Syracuse. Yes. Welsh.
No.
Sledge.
No.
Cash.
Yes.
Yes. O'Connell.
No.
Roberts.
Point of order, please. Are we voting on the previous question? Or are we voting on the bill itself?
The previous question passed, and so we are on the roll call vote now of the bill.
So I need to change my vote then. I thought we were voting on the previous question. I thought you said you had to take a roll call for a previous question. I'm sorry.
So she wants to be a no?
So Councilmember Hurd, you want to be a no?
Yes.
Got it.
Correct.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, proceed.
Roberts.
Yes.
Taylor.
No.
Hauser.
Yes.
Druffel.
Yes.
Murphy. Please repeat.
Yes.
Yes. Pulley.
Yes.
Johnston.
Yes.
Nash.
Yes.
Vercher.
No.
Porterfield.
No.
Sepulveda.
No.
Rutherford. Yes. Stiles.
Yes.
Lee.
No.
Henderson.
Yes.
Rosenberg.
Yes.
To 12.
Vote is 28 in favor, 12 against. Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember Pulley. On to BL 2020-336, Councilmembers Druffel and Suara. Requires the Director of Finance to provide recommendations to the Metro Council regarding revisions to Metro government's debt management policy. Councilmember Druffel.
Committee report.
Councilmember Mendez, Budget and Finance.
Thank you. Let's see, the Budget and Finance Committee voted to recommend approval of an amendment and as amended with 11 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you, Councilmember. Back to you, Councilmember Druffel.
Yeah, so I sent out a note to sort of give a background to our debt policy and so how far we've gone. Just going 10 to 14% of our operating budget in the last 4 years.
Hey, Councilmember.
Project down the next 2 or 3 years.
Councilmember Druffel, sorry to interrupt. Just procedurally, you've got an amendment. I know you absolutely can talk about it, but we need to get to, I believe you have an amendment that you need to move first so we can get it on the floor to talk about.
Sounds good. Let me move the amendment.
All right, so it is a proper motion. It is a second on the amendment. Okay, we're good. The floor is yours.
Okay, let me start over again. So, well, as all of you know, our debt has gone up significantly as a part of our budget. And the impact on our budget, where we could be using it for other priorities, is significant. And it's not going away. So this is nothing more than requesting that the Director of Finance come back with some options to look at ways to curb the direction of our debt. And then from that, my goal would be to have a healthy discussion with that. As Chair Mendez suggested, whatever we come up with, it has to be prudent, and I totally agree. There are alternative metro and cities that have debt caps, etc. I'm not sure I'm advocating that, but I'm advocating a more serious discussion on changing the direction of our debt. Several comments along the way are it's just not sustainable in the way we're going. So I'll be glad to take any questions. I have a lot of information as background, but again, I'll be glad to take questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council members, if your hands are up in WebEx from the previous vote, just ask that you put them down, and then I will call on anyone who wants to speak on the amendment. I believe Councilmember Mendez, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Yes, thanks. I appreciate Councilmember Druffel considering this a friendly amendment. Just to repeat something briefly from Budget and Finance Committee yesterday, for those folks who are second-termers, we passed an amendment to the debt management policy unanimously just 3 years ago after a lengthy discussion with the Finance Department. And with this amendment, I do consider, which I appreciate Councilmember Druffel supporting, I consider what he described as a continuing conversation to hopefully make another set of improvements to the debt management policy. We may end up having disagreements about precise policies once we get to the end of this process. But I definitely welcome the conversation as a continuance of what we did last term. And for that, I appreciate it and would urge people to support the amendment and bill as amended.
Councilmember Hurt, was your hand raised from before, or were you wanting to speak on the amendment?
I'm sorry, it was from before.
That's okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you. Councilmember Hancock, is your hand up to speak on the amendment, or was that from before?
Yes, thank you, President. I'd just like to thank Councilman Druffel for bringing this forward. I think debt is something that's burying us right now, and as I mentioned before, it's why the state is looking at us so closely. We have 3 times the debt of the state with our $4.5 billion. So I certainly want to address this. I'm so glad you brought it forward. I thank you for being concerned about the welfare of our city.
Thank you, Councilmember Hancock. Seeing nobody else in the queue for the amendment to 336, it has been moved and properly seconded. All in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions to the amendment? Seeing none, amendment passes. Thank you. Councilmember Druffel, you're on your bill as amended.
I'd like to move move as amended.
It is a proper motion. It is properly seconded. Anybody want to speak on the bill as amended? Seeing none, hearing none. All in favor of 2020-336 as amended, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none. BL 2020-336 as amended passes. Thank you, Councilmember Truffle. On to BL 2020-378, Councilmember Stiles. Amends the Metro Code pertaining to the annual training requirements for police officers. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I actually have an amendment to this bill that I'd like to pass.
We're going to get a committee report first real quick. Over to Councilmember Pulley, Public Safety Beer, Regulated Beverages.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Public Safety, at the request of the sponsor, recommended for indefinite deferral, 7 in favor, 0 against.
Is that as amended? Yeah. I believe so, yeah. Okay, back to you, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem. I would like to move for approval as amended.
We need to move.
Deferring.
We'll move that amendment first. So that is this proper motion, properly seconded. So back to you, Councilmember Stiles, on the amendment. Anybody want to speak on the amendment? Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. I had some questions that I asked our finance team because training, while I have not dealt with post-training with the police from the state and pay supplements as much as I have with firefighters in my previous life, I know that it can be tight when it comes to training and training hours. And I just wanted to hear from, I don't know if Maria is still around because she was able to provide some information, but if Mr. Cooper could provide the information that regarding what the training requirements and what that does to officers on the street and that kind of information that we got back from MNPD.
That's a question for Mr. Cooper or?
I'm going back looking for that email. I'm sorry, I have so many emails in here. My recollection is that the police department today said that it would take an officer off the street, the equivalent of an officer off the street for 6 days, I think, for the additional hours. But I'm still looking. If Maria is on here, she may have pulled up.
Yeah, if Maria's on here, that'd be great. And I know that you were copied on it. If you have time to find it, I was surprised that NMPD did not come back with some sort of cost analysis dealing with the pay supplement that we get from the state for the in-service training in those hours, because those are mandated hours, and that pay supplement is, while it is part of the state budget, it is not a guaranteed funded pay supplement that helps us, take care of the hours, kind of trading off of our officers being in training rather than being out in the field and that kind of thing. But I believe MNPD had provided what I found as pretty significant numbers of how many officers it would take out of the field to if we increase the level of training. And I think if we were, while more training is always good, we've got to find a way to balance that when we are already in so many shortages. So if you're able to find that, great. If not, hopefully we could get that into the fiscal note and share that with the council before the next group.
Okay, I did find the email, and so the police department says it would be an additional 8 to 16 hours of training and would create a net reduction of 6 to 11 officers off the street for the additional training. And that came in today.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Okay. on to Councilmember Glover on the amendment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. So, Mr. Cooper, let me ask you, if I may, if we go ahead and pass this and then the bill is deferred indefinitely, we still run the danger of this thing floating out there at some point, and then it rears its head again, and we've just created a problem for our police department. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, an indefinitely deferred bill can be brought back with 1 week's notice to the Metro clerk before the meeting.
Okay. I think given the short-staffed position that we have with our police department right now, I don't understand why we're going to do an indefinite deferral when in reality we should just let this thing, pull it back, let it go, and then we can come back and talk about something when we perhaps are in a better position with many more officers than we have now. So, but I won't support this nor the bill or whatever. I'm hesitant to just do an indefinite deferral, realizing the rules of how it can come back. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberg on the amendment.
Previous question.
You are the last one in the queue. So we are on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment to 378, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions on the amendment?
No.
No.
Amendment passes. Thank you. So, Councilmember Stiles, you are now on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I move for approval as amended. Defer indefinitely.
Was it your move to indefinitely defer as amended, I believe?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion is improperly seconded to indefinitely defer 378 as amended. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor of the indefinite deferral, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing and hearing none, 378 as amended is indefinitely deferred. Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. But don't go anywhere. Councilmember Stiles, BL 2020-379 amends the Metro Code to require certain information to be provided as part of the application for a business tax license. Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Public comment?
We need, committee report from Budget and Finance. Councilmember Mendez.
Committee recommended approval, 11 favor, 0 against.
Councilmember Stiles.
So the reason for this bill is during this pandemic, I was trying to reach out to business owners in my district, and when I pulled the roster, there was absolutely no contact information, no addresses, no phone numbers, and so this bill basically will require anyone going to get a business permit to provide that information, a working phone number and a legitimate email address, so if we need to reach people, we can. So I'm asking all my colleagues to vote yes, please.
So that's a motion for passage. It is properly seconded. Any other discussion on 379? Seeing none, we do have Mr. Glover. Councilmember Glover on 379?
Yeah, I'll not be supporting this. We just voted tonight to free up $10 million for the Social Security number for people. And so therefore, I mean, because a lot of small businesses may not necessarily have the information, I won't be supportive of this because I think our small businesses candidly have been beat up quite enough. So thank you.
Seeing no one else in the queue, all in favor of BL 2020. Sorry. Oh, Councilmember Henderson, did I miss you? I'm sorry. Were you?
No, sir, it wasn't. I was just speaking in support. I appreciated Council Lady Stiles. Colleagues, we have to have good information on this stuff, or we can't enforce mass orders or follow up with people. Or this is just good business. Asking somebody to have a phone number and an email is not an onerous request. when we see things like this, we need to effectuate that change. So I appreciate Councilor Stiles bringing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Van Rees.
Yes, I was just wondering if this extends to
Council members, make sure to mute your mics if you're not speaking. Thanks. Back to you, Councilmember Van Rees.
a lot of property owners are holding property as businesses, and I want to see if we're making sure that this information translates, for example, to the property tracker, because I know there's some situations where you're trying to reach someone, whether it's the codes department or otherwise, and you can't find the owner because they might be even out of state. So I don't know whether or not this bill can address this, or if it's something we can talk about later, but I really support the intent on this, and it has my support.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Parker.
I'm not sure if this bill does that specifically. I was actually looking at this the other day for Director Cooper. Could I ask you a quick question about Davidson County's landlord registration program? Would that data is not available to council members or the public, so you can't find out who what contact information is for a landlord. And I think that's probably a separate bill from the business tax thing that Councilor Stiles has brought forward today. But Member Van Rees, I think that would be something that I would also be interested in taking a look at. So thanks for bringing that up.
If the landlord registration information is confidential, it's because it's designated as confidential under state law. That's a separate statute from this one dealing with business tax licenses, which says that the county clerk can request all information deemed reasonably necessary. And so the council here would be saying that they think that information is reasonably necessary.
Councilmember Bradford.
Thank you. Just a quick question, just for clarification. This bill, does this only apply to new permits going forward, or will all current business permit holders have to report this contact information retroactively?
It could only apply prospectively, so it would be for new business license applicants.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing nobody else in the queue. Councilmember Stiles, did you want to speak on this?
Sorry, I do have a follow-up question. My hand might look like leftover. So.
I apologize. Go ahead, Councilmember Van Rees.
That's okay. The answer Mr. Cooper gave in regard to going forward, I know business licenses, whenever you pay your taxes, they ask for any updated information. Would there not be an opportunity to go ahead and, upon any renewal or updated information, to make sure that this request is made at the same time, as opposed to just brand new ones?
The county clerk has this information on the form. So when you are required to update your information annually, and the county clerk actually already has this information on the form. I talked to Ms. Nguyen earlier today. So that would be, I mean, they would they're supposed to provide it.
Oh, okay. Back to you, Councilmember Stiles.
Thank you, Pro Tem. So to Councilmember Parker, Van Rees, and Bradford, in terms of looking at Plat Tracker and trying to track down the owner of land, this wouldn't apply to those instances. Unfortunately, that actually falls under the state. Those forms are designed by the state, and they are not requiring it. So I actually have reached out to State Representative Mike Stewart and State Representative Vincent Dixie to take this up in the next session to change that so that this is required moving forward on all of those deeds.
Thank you, Councilmember.
That's fantastic. I look forward to helping you with that.
Wonderful. Jump in.
Councilmember Parker, is your hand raised from before, or you had an additional question or comment?
Sorry, it was taken.
All right, thank you so much. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue for discussion on BL 2020-379, Councilmember Stiles moved. It is properly seconded. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor of 379, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any against or any abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none. 2020-379 passes. Thank you, Councilmember Stiles. BL 2020-380, Councilmember O'Connell amends the Metro Code regarding loading and unloading zones to allow the Traffic and Parking Commission to make rules establishing a curb loading zone management program, governing the use of certain designated curb loading zones and allowing it to set the amounts of related fees, including fees, to be charged to users. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get committee reports, please.
And that would be you.
Yes, that's true. So actually, the Traffic, Parking, Transportation Committee did consider this. We voted to recommend 5 in favor, 0 against. However, after some legal counsel, I would like to move for a 1-meeting deferral because we actually do need the Traffic Commission to consider it first based on legal review that came in just after the committee reviewed this.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. All right, so there is a motion to defer, was it just 1 meeting, Councilmember O'Connell?
Yes.
There's a motion to defer 1 meeting. It is properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer 1 meeting of Bill 380? Councilmember Stiles, I think that's from before, right? Or did you want to speak on this?
Pardon me, Pro Tem.
That's okay. Seeing nobody else in the queue, all in favor of the 1 meeting deferral of Bill 380, say aye.
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 Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none. Motion passes for a 1 meeting deferral of 2020-380. Thanks, Councilmember O'Connell. BL 2020-381, Councilmembers Mendez, Henderson, and Toombs, authorizes the Metro Department of Water and Sewerage Services to enter into an agreement with the Great Tennessee Land Company for the operation and maintenance of a public pressure sewer extension and acceptance of associated easements for development of the Darcy subdivision in Williamson County. Councilmember Mendez.
Sorry about that. Let's see, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11 favor, 0 against, and there's one other report I need.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, Public Works report.
Thank you. Public Works recommended approval, 9 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you so much. Back to you, Councilmember Mendez.
I'd like to make a motion to approve, but I'd also like to hand the baton to Councilmember Allen, who's been doing some homework on this in the last day.
Thank you. That is a motion. It is properly seconded. Over to you, Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to all the folks at Water, especially Tony Nomeyer, who answered my many questions. I had just raised some questions about how the lump sum that was being paid to Metro to provide operation and maintenance for this for an extended period of time had been calculated, and after lots of back and forth, I'm satisfied that it is based on the cost that Metro will incur and that it is a reasonable settlement, and I give my approval and appreciate the opportunity to have investigated it further. I recommend approval.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. We appreciate your expertise on that. So it has been motioned and properly seconded. Any other discussion on 381? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, BL 2020-381 passes. Thank you very much. BL 2020-382, Council Members O'Connell, Mendez, and others, authorizes the Department of Water and Sewerage Services to enter into an agreement with Nashville Propco LLC to provide improved public sanitary sewer service through the construction of an improved stormwater system for both its proposed development as well as the existing properties in the area. Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request committee reports, please.
Over to Planning, Zoning, and Historical, Councilmember Murphy.
14 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson, Public Works.
9 in favor, 0 against.
And this was referred to Budget and Finance, or I don't know. Councilmember Mendez, did you have a report on this?
Sure did. 11 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you. Back to you, Councilmember O'Connell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
There's a motion. It is properly seconded. Any discussion on BL 2020-382? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against or abstentions? Seeing none, BL 2020-382 passes. Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. And BL 2020-383, Councilmembers Rosenberg and Welsh, readopts the Metro Code, including supplemental and replacement pages containing certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before March 18th of 2020. Councilmember Rosenberg, and councilmembers, don't forget to mute if you're not speaking.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rules voted to approve, 8 in favor, none against, and I move approval.
All right, it is a motion. It is properly seconded. Any discussion on 383? Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Can Councilman Rosenberg or the clerk please explain to us kind of the lag in the Muni Code when we update? So we're updating legislation that passed, I apologize, through March, is that correct? If somebody could just generally explain that, because I find that to be challenging, and we go and we try to share bills that are recently passed with constituents by way of explanation or the press or otherwise, and the bill is not there in its final form. Could somebody just please explain, there's our website, and then there's Muni Code, and when and how that gets updated and on what schedule, please.
Would you be the appropriate person, or is that go? Or
I can speak to Municode, but
would that be a question for Mr. Cooper or the clerk, or what do you think? Well, Mr. Cooper, you want to give it a shot?
I can speak to Municode. Metro has a contract with Municode, and all legislation, once it is adopted, is submitted to Municode. They then go through and get it in its proper form and in the correct codified sections. That comes back to the clerk and to Metro Legal to review, and then they go back and forth, making sure everything is exactly what the council adopted. And then 3 or 4 times a year, the updates are submitted to the council for approval. I don't know if Municode waits until, I assume they wait until the official code is adopted before they update the website, but I'm not sure. The clerk may have more information about that.
Madam Clerk, did you want to add anything to this?
They do wait until the supplement is adopted before they update the online version, which is separate from the ordinances that are posted on the nashville.gov website. Those are updated routinely after each council meeting, whereas the municipal code through the vendor is updated after the supplement pages are adopted in these periodic ordinances.
Thank you, Clerk. Councilmember Henderson? Processing?
I'll follow up again later. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Seeing nobody else in the queue for 383, there is a motion. It is properly seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any against? Hearing none, seeing none, 383 passes. Thank you very much, Councilmember Rosenberg. And give you a moment here to sanitize before I turn it back over to the Vice Mayor for bills on third reading.
All right, thank you, Pro Tem. We're now on bills on third reading. We have a consent calendar, so I'm going to go through those real quick. These are bills on the consent calendar on third reading. I've got BL 2023-24, 333, 337, 338, 339, 340, 341, 342, 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348, 349, 350, 351, 352, 353, 354, 355, 356, 357, 358, 359, 360, 361, and 377. So basically, everything that started with 324, I think, is on the consent calendar. Anything that needs to be bumped? Councilmember Henderson, your hand's up. Okay, gone. All right, here we go. BL 2023-49. Sorry, hold on just a second. Get back to the right page. BL 2023-24, that's the first one, as amended. Sponsors are Murphy and Allen, ordinance amending section 7.16.110 of the Metropolitan Code to revise the measurement method for retail liquor establishments for the minimum distance requirements needed to obtain a certificate of compliance. 2023-33 as amended. Benedict Mendez is the sponsors. An ordinance amending Title 12 of the Metropolitan Code to prohibit personal delivery devices within the Metropolitan Government rights-of-way. 337, Mendez and Sledge and Toombs, an ordinance approving amendment number 1 to the contract for program management services between Gobble Hayes Partners and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, which extends the contract term for 28 months. BL 2023-38. Taylor and Gamble are the sponsors. An ordinance providing the honorary street name designation of Pastor Percy C. Clark Way for a portion of Herman Street. BL 2023-39 by Gamble, Mendez, and others. Ordinance authorizing the acceptance or acquisition of easements by negotiation or condemnation for the purpose of construction, operation, maintenance, repair, replacement, inspection of a proposed stream bank stabilization project along Whites Creek south of Old Hickory Boulevard. BL 2023-40. Welsh, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorized the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept permanent temporary easements for the Dumas Drive Stormwater Improvement Project for 2 properties located at 3329 and 3331 Dumas Drive. BL 2023-41 by Hager, Murphy, and Henderson. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept permanent and temporary easements for the Bighorn Drive Stormwater Improvement Project for 3 properties located at 4881, 4885, and 4889 Bighorn Drive. BL 2023-42, Rutherford, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements properly located at 6424 and 6434 Pettis Road. BL 2023-43, Lee, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, and to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements properly located at 3864 Logistics Way. BL 2023-44, Gamble, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water main and easements and to accept new water main, sanitary sewer force mains, and easements properly located at Lowe's Lane, unnumbered. BL 2023-45, Sledge, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County to accept a sanitary sewer manhole property located at 2080 12th Avenue South. Bill 2020-346, Parker, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, and to raise existing sanitary manholes and to accept new public sewer main, sanitary manholes, and easements for property located at 905 Elvira Avenue. Bill 2020-347, Syracuse, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water main and easements to accept new public water main and easements property located at 100 Blue Hills Drive. Bill 2020-348 by Hager, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer main and easements and to accept new public water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements property located at 616 Hadley Village Boulevard. BL 2020-349, Lee, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 6 properties located on Murfreesboro Pike, Old Hickory Boulevard, and Logistics Way. Bill 2020-350, Cash, Murphy, and Henderson. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water mains and easements and accept new water mains, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 2100 Belmont Boulevard. Bill 2020-351, Stiles, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer easement rights for property located at 2901 Old Franklin Road. BL 2020-352, Stiles, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, easements, and to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sewer manholes, easements for property located at Ashford Trace Unnumbered, also known as Tree Haven Phase 5. BL 2020-353, O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing sanitary sewer main and easements, except new sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 810 Division Street. BL 2020-354, Stiles, Murphy, and Henderson. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer main and sanitary sewer manholes for property located at Murfreesboro Pike. BL 2020-355, Benedict, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water main and easements and accept a new water main and easements for property located at 200 Porter Village Circle. BL 2020-356, O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water main and easements and accept a new water main, fire hydrant assembly, sanitary sewer manhole, and easements property located at 700 First Avenue North. BL 2020-357, O'Connell, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main, sewer manholes, and easements, except a new sanitary sewer main, sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 1221 Broadway. BL 2020-358, Withers, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public sanitary sewer main easements and to accept sanitary sewer manhole and easements for property located at 700 South 12th Street. BL 2020-359, Sledge, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water and sanitary sewer mains and easements and to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sewer manholes, easements for properties located at 1 Bushy Court, 2600 Fesley Park Road, 708 Berry Road, and Berry Road Unnumbered. BL 2020-360, that's by Council Members Withers, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements, and to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 804 Dew Street. BL 2020-361 by Rosenberg, Murphy, and Henderson. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to ban existing sanitary sewer main, sanitary sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements, and to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sewer manholes, fire hydrant assemblies, and easements for property located at 7114 Charlotte Pike. And BL 2020-377 as amended. Taylor and Gamble are the sponsors. Ordinance amending ordinance number BL 2020-234 as amended to extend the time period for the waiver of certain building permit fees for the repair of buildings, rebuilding of property damage as a result of the March 3rd, 2020 tornado. I believe those are all the bills on consent on third reading. All the committee reports are in as far as I can see. Just double checking. Councilmember Murphy, I'll go to you for a motion to approve all those measures on third reading.
I am more than thrilled to move to approve all of those bills on third third reading.
All right, Councilmember Murphy has moved to approve all the bills on third reading on the consent calendar. It is properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the passage of the bills on third reading say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Bills passed 44, 0 against, 0 abstentions. Any corrections to that? Bills on the third reading consent calendar pass. So that leaves us with, I think, 4 bills remaining. First bill up is Second Substitute Bill BL 2020-147 by Councilmember Murphy. It's an ordinance to amend Chapter 2.196 and Section 2.222.040 of the Metropolitan Code regarding lobbyist registration and disclosures. Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized on your second substitute.
Great, thank you. I'd like to move to suspend the rules to amend the second substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy has an amendment that she needs to suspend the rules to get it before. Councilmember Rosenberg, did this come up before Rules Committee?
It did, and there was no objection.
Okay, no objection. Councilmember Murphy, just give me a quick analysis of what your amendment does so we can make sure that we have it before us to suspend the rules. Councilmember Murphy.
Sure. So this amendment, it's just some kind of technical corrections, not a whole lot of real substantive changes. It is, as I said at our last meeting, that I'd be willing to amend and suspend the rules on third if there were other things that came up. And so really these are kind of tweaks that further clarify and I think make us all feel a little bit more comfortable with things.
All right, so Councilmember Murphy is moving to suspend the rules to get the amendment before us. Is there an objection? I see one hand. I see two hands. So Councilmember Murphy, the rules cannot be suspended to hear your amendment. So you're now back on your bill, your second substitute.
Point of order, could you clarify whether those hands were indeed in opposition to the motion or if they were just legacy hands? I didn't hear a clarifying question on your part.
Councilmember Henderson, so two hands popped up. The whole screen was empty and two hands popped up on the screen, which means there's an objection to the suspension of the rules. Councilmember Murphy, I'm back to you.
Okay, I think that's really unfortunate because the second substitute that I was going to put on tonight were requests by the Board of Ethical Conduct. It was a request to help clarify that was brought to us by the design professional community, and so these are really clarifying requests by the Board of Ethical Conduct and people who are going to be affected by this bill. And so I'm really disappointed that someone would object to trying to make transparent government even better. But that's okay. If that is their prerogative, that's fine. I can always come back with an amendment and a bill later on. And so what I'd like to do, if y'all will give me, I hope I don't run over my time. I'm going to speak as quickly as possible. I've sent y'all a letter.
So Councilmember Murphy, just do you want to move your bill? Is that what you want to do? I know the amendment can't come on, but you want to move your bill for passage tonight?
Sure. I will move it for passage.
Okay, so there's a motion to pass, properly seconded. Okay, you're on your bill. Your second substitute, proceed ahead.
Yeah, so the commitment that I've made to various groups is to help clarify the legislative intent of this body. And so working with Hannah and the stakeholders, this is a statement that I've put together, and so I'm going to go as quickly as possible, and so please, y'all bear with me if I run over time, but it has been emailed to y'all and it will be entered into the record. So, dear colleagues, as many of you know, I've spent a very long time working on BL 2020-147, While I've researched across the country for how other cities, countries, and states regulate government interactions with lobbyists, I found the best way to update this 30-year-old part of the Metro Code was to try to stay as true to the current code as possible while adding sections from our state code and other concepts in the Metro Code. When I introduced this legislation in January, I deferred it until May, hoping and asking for input from the community. While it has taken time to get that input, I feel confident that we have been able to incorporate the suggestions of the Metro Clerk, the Metro Office of Internal Audit, and the Metro Legal Department, the Board of Ethical Conduct, the lobbyist community, the Chamber of Commerce, the design professional community, and many others. I'm extremely proud to say that the SEIU, LIUNA Labor Union, the American Institute of Architects of Middle Tennessee chapter, and the Nashville League of Women Voters, which is especially important right now, being the 100th year anniversary of Women Vote, have supported and endorsed BL 2020-147. And I can also say that this afternoon, speaking with the Chamber, we have come to, their concerns have been taken care of, but they are taking a neutral position on this bill. So I tend to attach this and enter this letter into our legislative record to make sure that it contains the legislative intent for BL 2020-147. First, this legislation would not require design professionals or other persons to register as lobbyists unless they fit the definition of a lobbyist in the legislation. The definition in the second substitute, Vice Mayor, may I continue?
You may continue.
Thank you. The second substitute, BL 2020-147, is not changing significantly from the current definition in Chapter 2.196 of the Metro Code, and it is not the intent of this legislation to capture individuals who do not currently fall into the definition of a lobbyist. This legislation would not require a design professional or persons solely engaging in activities involving ordinary and routine permitting, licensing, or compliance decisions to register as a lobbyist. This includes someone answering follow-up questions posed by a Metro Department employee related to a permit application. This also includes someone who is soliciting community support for a project from a neighborhood group and a district council member when the district council member does not have a role to play in the decision-making process. Further, this legislation would not require design professionals or other persons to register as lobbyists when they are solely serving as a subject matter expert and any lobbying they engage in is incidental to the regular employment. However, this legislation would require design professionals or other persons to register as lobbyists when they fit the definition of a lobbyist. This includes when a design professional or other persons are compensated to influence the council's decision on legislation, and this action is not incidental to their regular employment. This includes, but is not limited to, design professionals whose primary role is to lobby something like a rezoning before the Metro Council. I've discussed with and encouraged the Board of Ethical Conduct to engage the public and stakeholders, including design professionals, as they create the lobbyist handbook and related explanatory documents. I volunteered to share my research and experience with them and assist in drafting any new forms and documents. It is my expectation that these materials will further clarify who is required to register as a lobbyist by using examples of specific cases, and that these materials will provide additional guidance for design professionals and the public at large. Anyone who has questions about whether their actions would make them a lobbyist under this legislation will be able to request an advisory opinion from the Board of Ethical Conduct. The Board of Ethical Conduct is made up of 5 members appointed from the following organizations, along with the President Pro Tem of the Council, who acts as an ex officio non-voting member. Those organizations are the League of Women Voters of Nashville, the Nashville Central Labor Council, Naper-Luby Bar Association, Nashville Area Chamber of Commerce, Nashville Bar Association. I also want to reassure you that any fiscal concerns have been discussed with our council staff and the finance department, which is explained in the council fiscal note. Quote, the council office met with the Metropolitan clerk and representatives of the mayor's office and the finance department to talk through the fiscal impact. It was agreed that the increased revenue to be generated from the lobbyist registration fees could be appropriated to the clerk's office, during fiscal year 2021 for overtime costs in the event this bill does require additional staff. There was also discussions about the possibility of adding new staff members for fiscal year 2020 if the evidence for the second half of fiscal year 2021 supports the need for such a position. Additional need for this code revision and update is noted in the 2019 audit of the Metropolitan Clerk's lobbyist registration and disclosure process findings. And y'all have been sent the audit, and it's also online, and I'm happy to send it again. All recommendation action plans items were accepted by the clerk, and here are some direct excerpts from the audit.
So, Councilmember,
you'll have this letter in your email, and so I'm not going to go through that part. But let me just capture this last paragraph. So, in my opinion, BL 2020-147 takes care of many of the recommendations and action plan items the audit brings to light. But more importantly, this ordinance fosters a more transparent system of government that we owe our constituents. We are often faced with competing public interests such as government transparency, the fair exchange of ideas, and the integrity of the decision-making process. Our constituents deserve and have the right to know that their voice, public voice, can be heard and not drowned out by the voice of special interests or have public decisions based on flawed or incorrect information. Professional lobbyists often provide us with necessary information that we do not have the time, staff, or resources to gather ourselves. They can also organize various and numerous voices into an efficient, collective, and comprehensive message.
Councilmember Benedict has called a point of order. Councilmember Benedict, I know what you're going to say.
It was Mendez.
Oh, it was Mendez.
Councilmember Mendez.
We're so far over the time limit.
I know. My fault.
There was a commitment to the design Vice Mayor community that I would read this into the record.
Well, so Councilmember Murphy, you were supposed to be on your last paragraph. I gave you that much. Are you finished?
I think that you'll have it in your email, and it is to be attached to the exhibit. And while I did agree to many of the stakeholders that I'd read this into the record, I am at the will of the body.
All right. So we have people in the queue. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Murphy for continuing to work with the design professionals on this. She has been diligent in addressing their concerns, and I'm grateful that she has put in a lot of extra hours to allay their fears, and I appreciate that. And I understand her commitment to them to read in the letter of intent because that was very important to them. And with that, I would yield the remainder of my time so that she can finish reading that into the record. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Allen, she was given 7 minutes. So I believe she's finished with the letter. She's given more time than we've ever given really anybody else before. You can yield your time. But
I'll use the rest of my time to ask people to support this. I know there are a few amendments that are not going to be able to be added at this point. But I am confident that the sponsor will bring those back and then we can deal with those issues later. It's unfortunate we were not able to add them tonight, and I'm not entirely sure why there was resistance to that because we had talked on second reading about knowing that we'd be adding some additional amendments here. But I appreciate the work the sponsor's done and ask for everyone's support.
Thank you. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I concur with what my colleague just said, and I would go further in that. I do yield my time. I have 2 minutes here, Vice Mayor. No matter what leeway you gave to the sponsor originally, I have time right now that I want to yield to the bill's sponsor because I want to finish hearing the letter that was sent today. I think it's important that we hear this. I'll stop now. I yield my time.
Okay.
Councilmember Murphy?
Thank you. With that, I will say that I've asked that the letter be entered as an exhibit to the legislation and attached to that. It is in y'all's email. I think it was sent right around the time that the meeting started because we did not want to jeopardize any open meetings issues. And it is also a statement that the design community is comfortable with and is aware of. And so with that, I appreciate your support and y'all's willingness to to yield your support. And really, at the end of the day, I think this is going to make Nashville a much more transparent place to do government business. And I appreciate your support and ask for your vote.
Councilmember Swope, you're recognized.
Call the question.
Previous question's been called. We're going to vote on the previous question. All those in favor of voting on the previous question say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are voting on second substitute bill BL 2020-147 by Councilmember Murphy. We'll do it by voice vote first, and then we'll see. All those in favor of passage of this bill on third reading say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
No. No.
No.
I only heard 4 noes. All right. This is a bill on third reading. I think we're going to have to go for a roll call. All right, Madam Clerk, there are negative votes on an ordinance on third reading pursuant to Rule 38. We're going to have to call the roll. Okay? Hold on just a moment. Okay. We are voting on second substitute bill BL 2020-147 by Councilmember Murphy. Voting on third reading. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mendez.
Yes.
Hurt.
No.
Allen.
Yes.
Glover.
Councilmember Glover? Okay, we'll come back to Councilmember Glover.
Suara.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. I'm a no. My audio, my phone dropped off for some reason. I'm
Okay.
a no.
Councilmember Glover is a no. Okay. Councilmember Suara? Councilmember Suara? Okay, we'll come back to her.
Hall.
Councilmember Hall?
No.
Okay.
Toombs. Yes. Gamble.
No.
Swope.
No.
Parker.
Can y'all hear me?
No. Oh, I can now. Your vote?
Can you hear? I'm a yes.
Yes.
You can hear me.
Thank you. Withers? Yes. Benedict?
Yes.
Yes. Van Rees?
Yes.
Hancock?
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Hager?
Yes.
Evans?
Yes.
Bradford?
Yes.
Roten?
Yes.
Syracuse? Yes. Welsh?
Yes.
Sledge?
Yes.
Cash?
Yes.
O'Connell?
Yes.
Roberts?
Yes.
Taylor?
Yes.
Hauser?
Yes. Yes.
Dreffel?
Yes.
Pulley?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Johnston?
Yes.
Nash?
Yes.
Vercher?
Oh.
No. Porterfield?
Yes.
Sepulveda?
Yes.
Rutherford? Yes. Stiles?
Yes.
Lee?
Yes.
Henderson?
Yes.
Rosenberg?
Yes.
Councilmember Suara? Councilmember Suara? Councilmember Suara, we didn't understand that. Councilmember Suara, can you hear us? All right, so
33 in favor, 6 against.
so the vote is 33 in favor, 6 against. We can't tell what Councilmember Suara voted, but it's not going to change the vote on this. The bill passes on third reading. All right, we're on BL 2020-290 by Councilmember Lee. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by amending a specific plan for property located at 3839 Murfreesboro Pike, approximately 530 feet north of Old Hickory Boulevard, Zone SP, and within the Murfreesboro Pike Urban Design Overlay District, 65.1 acres. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. May I have committee reports?
Committee reports, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Yes, sir. We voted 12 in favor, 2 against to defer it 1 meeting.
Okay, so was that the first deferral? Do we know?
It's a zoning bill, so
It doesn't matter, okay.
It's not the first deferral.
Okay, so Councilmember Lee, I'll come back to you.
Okay, I would like to move to defer this with some short comments after.
How long do you want to defer the bill?
1 meeting, please.
1 meeting. The motion is to defer 1 meeting, properly seconded. Councilmember Lee, any discussion?
Yes, sir. We're doing an amendment on this that has some restrictions in it, and we are still having community meetings on this to get input and to talk to the community about it. And so that's why we're deferring it again, for those conversations to happen.
All right, so the motion is to defer 1 meeting. Councilmember Van Rees, you're recognized.
I'm sorry, that is leftover hand.
Okay, sorry. So the motion is to defer 1 meeting. Nobody else in the queue. All those in favor of the deferral, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions? It's 40 to 0 to defer 1 meeting. BL 2020-313 by Councilmember Rutherford, ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws by changing from AR2A to CLA and MULA zoning for properties located at 6944 Nolensville Pike and 7236 Old Burkett Road at the northeast corner of Nolensville Pike and Old Burkett Road, 8.6 acres. Councilmember Rutherford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will be deferring, but let's get a committee.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you. We voted 14 in favor, 0 against to defer 2 meetings.
All right, Councilmember Rutherford.
And that is my motion, deferral 2 meetings.
Motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the deferral motion for 2 meetings, say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Motion to defer 2 meetings is adopted. Last bill, I think, on the calendar tonight, Bill 2020-322 by Councilmember Hurt, Toombs and others, an ordinance amending Chapter 2.44 of the Metropolitan Code to prohibit the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department from hiring police officers who were previously fired or under investigation by another law enforcement agency for malfeasance or use of force. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I need to move an amendment.
Okay, so Councilmember Hurt has an amendment. She will need to suspend the rules. Councilmember Rosenberg, did this come before your committee?
No, it did not.
Okay, so Councilmember Hurt, you're going to have to move to suspend the rules that would have also done that as well. So can you explain what the amendment does?
Yes, the amendment it just changed the word. We removed the word exonerated and added some more words that the police would felt more comfortable with. I think Mr. Cooper can give you exactly the words, verbiage that was used if necessary.
Mr. Cooper?
It changed exonerate to no finding of wrongdoing after an investigation.
Okay. So Councilmember Hurt has moved to suspend the rules to get the amendment on. This is a bill on third reading. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, Councilmember Hurt, you have suspended the rules? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. I move the amendment, please.
Okay, so Councilmember Hurt has moved the amendment, which you heard described before, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
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 Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Okay, amendment passes 40 to 0 to 0. Councilmember Hurt, you're on your bill 2020-322 as amended.
Thank you. First, I really would like to thank Mr. Cooper for all of his assistance in helping mediate this legislation with the police, and I'm really thankful to the Metro Police Department for working along with me and coming up with something that would be workable for both us and for them. And with that, I just ask that my colleagues support the bill and thank those of you who signed on with it. And I move for approval.
Okay, so Councilmember Hurt has moved approval on 2020-322 as amended, properly seconded. Nobody in the queue. We're ready to vote. We'll do it by voice vote. All those in favor of this bill as amended indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. Any abstentions?
No.
Got one no, and who was that? Councilmember Pulley? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, 39 to, anybody else?
Johnston.
Councilmember Johnston?
I'm a no, too.
Swope? 37 to 3. Anybody else?
Nash is abstained.
Got negative votes.
This is on the bill itself, right?
All right, since the rule says that if we have negative votes on a bill on third reading, we're supposed to take a roll call vote too. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to follow the rules. Take the roll. We're voting on BL 2020-322 as amended.
Mendez,
Yes.
Hurt,
Yes.
Allen,
Abstain.
Glover,
No.
Suara, Hall,
Councilmember Hall?
He's a no.
Well,
He has to say that.
you can't vote by proxy. We'll have to come back to Councilmember Hall.
Toombs, yes. Gamble,
Yes.
Swope,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Withers, yes. Benedict,
Hell yes.
Van Rees,
Yes.
Hancock,
Yes.
Young,
Yeah.
Hager,
No.
Evans,
Sorry, yes.
Bradford,
Yes.
Roten,
Yes.
Syracuse, yes. Welsh,
Of course, yes.
Sledge,
Yes.
Cash,
Yes.
O'Connell,
Yes.
Roberts,
Abstain.
Taylor,
Yes.
Hauser,
Yes.
Druffel,
Yes.
Murphy,
Abstention?
abstain. Pulley,
No.
Johnston,
No.
Nash,
Abstain.
Vercher,
Yes.
please repeat.
I think she was a yes. Councilmember Vercher, were you a yes?
Porterfield,
Yes.
Sepulveda,
Yes.
Rutherford, yes. Stiles,
Councilmember Stiles. Okay, go on.
Lee,
Yes.
Henderson,
Yes.
Rosenberg,
Yes.
Vice Mayor, this is Suara.
Councilmember Saguaro, how do you vote?
I'm a yes, please.
You voted yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Hall?
I heard he was a yes.
Councilmember Stiles? Councilmember Stiles?
Can you hear me now?
Councilmember Stiles?
Yes. Did you hear that?
We can hear you, Councilmember Stiles.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, she voted yes.
30 to 5.
So the vote is 30 yes, 5 no, 4 abstentions, 1 not voting. 34 yes, 30 yes, 5 no's, 4 abstentions, 1 not voting. Bill passes 2023-22 as amended on third reading. Mr. Cooper, I believe that takes care of our agenda. Okay. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. There's a motion to adjourn, properly second. Any discussion? Seeing none? We stand adjourned.
And so the council meeting has concluded about 5 hours and 45 minutes. The streak does continue since May. 3 meetings in June, both meetings in July, and now in August. The council has begun its meeting at 6 or 6:30 and gone past midnight in each case. Pretty close this time, only about 12:15, so we've gone as late as 5 o'clock in the morning. A good bit of time was spent tonight debating whether the council was going to lower the recent property tax increase that it approved back in June. Originally, it was going to go, the proposal from Councilman Steve Glover was to go from 34% increase to 22%. That was later substituted, and the council voted 32-8 to substitute. It only cut for a 5% reduction, but the council was warned that only the finance director could decide what revenues were. The council couldn't make up its own revenue numbers, but the council still adopted that substitute, and it looked like that may be what they were going to do. After further debate, though, the council turned around and voted then 15 in favor, 24 against, and 1 abstention, basically not to do what they had adopted before, and basically defeating any change in that. The only thing that changed a lot during the debate was the council was warned that there might be legal action taken by Metro's own legal department if this actually passed on third reading. The bill was only on first reading tonight, but it would have taken at least 2 more readings had it passed first reading tonight. So the bill was basically defeated at that point. There was also warned that perhaps the state comptroller might come in and take over Metro's finances. Metro's been at the right in the ragged edge of that actually happening earlier this year over water, sewer, and other rates the city was in trouble with. So whether that is the reason the council changed, we did have quite a change from a 32 to 8 vote first to look like a cut of the property tax increase by 5% to now leaving it as it is by a vote of 15, 24 to 1. Council also had a number of bills that we're going to look at tonight involving police reform issues. One, they deferred indefinitely a bill that would have asked Mayor John Cooper to put a representative of the Community Oversight Board, representative of other community organizations and advocacy groups, and a representative from the Fraternal Order of Police on the search committee for the new police chief. The reason it was indefinitely deferred was the administration basically told the council tonight all those members are likely to be put on that search committee, and so really there was no need to have that particular resolution. Another bill tonight that was before the council that did pass tonight was went on record for the council to decide to, they went on record saying the Metropolitan Police Department should not hire police officers who previously fired or under investigation by another law enforcement agency for malfeasance or use of force. That bill only got 19 votes on second reading. It needed 2 more votes tonight, easily got that. There was an effort to try to put a last-minute amendment to change some of the wording on it, which made it more palatable to the police department. That seemed to do the trick because it got 30 votes tonight. Another bill on second reading, also involving police reform, calling for more annual training of police officers, was indefinitely deferred. There had been some questions raised by the council staff about that as to whether the Metro Charter allowed the police department, allowed the council to legislate what police hiring practices should be under the Metro Charter, or to require the chief of police to modify department policies such as training. There's also a memorializing resolution the council approved tonight that over 20 council members are sponsoring it that recognize racism as a public health crisis and declaring a commitment to enact policies that would unequivocally defend minorities and aim to eradicate the effects of systematic racism affecting black people and others in Davidson County. The council also approved on the consent calendar a memorializing resolution urging Senators Lamar Alexander and Marcia Blackburn, along with Governor Bill Lee, to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act now pending in Congress. 2 bills tonight also before the council that they both approved without opposition, although there were some questions. One was to appropriate $10 million out of the city's $121 million amount of CARES Act federal money to work on and providing help for people who can't pay their rent or can't pay their mortgages. A lot of questions about how that was going to be implemented and how quickly it could be getting out to people. Council also approved $1.2 million in city CARES fund for 9 different local nonprofits to provide services again under situations arising out of the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, on the second reading, the council approved a bill that would make it a violation to violate a mayoral executive order during a civil emergency, to make that a Class C misdemeanor. A lot of debate about it. The council finally approved it 28 to 12 again on second reading. Finally, on third reading tonight, the council placed a moratorium on the personal delivery devices known as autonomous delivery robots. This has been allowed under state law. Metro wants to put a moratorium on it here until sometime next year to see how it would work. There's some council members who are concerned it might be a problem for accessibility issues for the disabled and elderly persons. They're also concerned it might create some of the problems they've also seen with scooters in the community. Finally, the council tonight approved a bill that had been pending in the council for some time that would change the lobbyist rules and regulations before the council. This bill's been on, the law that's been on the books for over 30 years. This would change it, make it more like the state. Councilmember Kathleen Murphy was the sponsor for it. She persevered. This was the second substitute bill when it finally passed. So it had been amended quite a few times, and so she was able to get that passed tonight. Again, that will go to the mayor along with the other third reading bills that passed tonight for his signature and approval. The council is now in recess until the 18th of this month. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. And so once again tonight we say good morning from the council chambers.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.